online? Okay, thank you. So the time is now 7 p.m., and we are here for a regularly scheduled meeting of the Narragansett Town Council. Today's date is Tuesday, January 20th, 2026. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So we have a very special start to our meeting this evening, so I'll pass it off to our town manager, Jim Tierney, who will get us going.
Good evening, Council, people who are watching from home, and people who are here this evening. Tonight, we're going to welcome 4 new public safety members to the town, 3 police officers and 1 firefighter, and each will be sworn in, and their families are here and friends. So I'll start off with, I'll read off the names of each. I'm going to do the fire first, and then a brief bio, and then the town clerk, Sarah, will go up, and they'll take the oath of office in front here, and then I'll move on. This is, I enjoy this to be very much so. I had 31 years in law enforcement, and my brother's a retired firefighter, and I like to recognize them in public for what they do. And we've got a great bunch, and I firmly believe that the Narragansett Fire Department and Police Department are 2 of the best, or the best, municipal agencies in the state of Rhode Island. That's why we get the recruits to come in when it's so difficult to get recruits, so they want to come here, because if it's a professional, a group of folks. So without much further ado, I'd like to introduce our probationary firefighter, Bennett Souza. Firefighter Souza, if you could come up to the front. Bennett Souza graduated from the Rhode Island Fire Academy in December of this past year, following his recruit training. He's currently undergoing his internal training as a probationary firefighter. He and his family are lifelong residents of Wakefield, where he currently lives. He was a volunteer firefighter with the South Kingstown Union Fire District. He graduated from South Kingstown High School in 2021. And he graduated from the University of Rhode Island with a Bachelor of Arts in Criminal Justice and Criminology in 2025. He was a 3-year member of the URM men's hockey team and assistant hockey coach with the South Kingstown High School. And he'll be busy for the next few months as he gets acclimated to everything. And now I'd like to introduce Clerk Sarah Masson, who will administer the oath of office. Congratulations, Bennett.
And support the laws and Constitution thereof. The laws and Constitution of the United States. The Narragansett Town Charter. And ordinances. And that I will well and truly execute. The position of probationary firefighter. Position of probationary firefighter. To serve and protect. With honor and dignity. So help me God. Congratulations.
Now we have 3 new police officers, Matthew Silva, Kyle Perry, and Bryce Dobiz. All 3 of these officers graduated the academy in December, and I'll start with Matthew Silva. Matthew graduated the academy in December 2025, where he received the Commander Raymond J. Shannon Leadership Award. He grew up in Barrington, Rhode Island. He attended CCRI, where he earned an associate's degree in general studies and Arizona State University, where he earned his bachelor's in operational leadership. He served 4 years in the United States Army, where he deployed 1 year to Iraq and received an honorable discharge as an E-5 sergeant. Matthew is the first in his family to voluntarily serve in the armed forces and law enforcement. He's married to his wife of 7 years, Amanda, and has 2 young sons, Noah and Cody. And now I will introduce Kyle Perry. Kyle also graduated the academy in December. He grew up in South Kingstown, where he graduated from South Kingstown High School. He attended St. John's University, where he graduated with his bachelor's degree in Homeland Security and his master's degree in Homeland Security and Criminal Justice Leadership. And now Bryce, I said I was going to get his name right. Let's see. Dilbiz. Bryce was hired, graduated the academy in December. He's currently in his 5th week of the FTO program. He grew up in Greenfield, Massachusetts. He attended the Pennsylvania State University, where he earned an associate's degree in environmental science. Bryce is proud that 2 of his cousins are Mass State Troopers. And now I'm going to introduce Sarah Masson again, and she will administer the oath of office to these 3 new officers. And once it's done, if you could please stay up there.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name,
I, Matthew Silver,
solemnly swear
solemnly swear
that I will be true and faithful unto the state
that I will be true and faithful unto the state
and support the laws and Constitution thereof,
and support the laws and Constitution thereof,
the laws and Constitution of the United States,
the laws and Constitution of the United States,
the Narragansett Town Charter,
the Narragansett Town Charter,
and ordinances,
and ordinances,
and that I will well and truly execute
and that I will well and truly execute
the position of probationary police officer
the position of probationary police officer
to serve and protect with honor and dignity,
to serve and protect in honor and dignity,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations.
The police have a different tradition of pinning the badge on at their appointment. So I'd now like to invite Matthew's wife, Amanda, up here, and Kyle's uncle, Craig, former U.S. Marine veteran, and Captain Ryan Prest of the Narragansett Police Department to do touch Bryce's shield. Please come up.
Thank you very much.
President, if you could indulge us just for a couple of minutes so that the newly appointed can get some photos with their friends and family before
Absolutely,
we convene the
and
meeting.
please just
Thank you.
give one more round of applause for our newest police and firefighters. We will have a brief recess so people can take pictures and exit the auditorium if they don't wish to stay for the regular meeting. Thank you. Just a friendly reminder that I don't want to have to toss anyone out. We do have a regularly scheduled meeting after as well. But again, thank you all for showing your support for our fantastically newly elected firefighters and police officers. And we are truly honored and humbled to have them serving our community, and I wish them all the best. I'll just wait a few seconds as the crowd clears. Okay, so the next item on our agenda is the town manager's update, so I will pass it off to Jim.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the update for this week, there's not a great deal to report in the sense that most of the days have been filled with the budget meetings and preparations with the staff and others, and we will present the proposed budget to the town council on or prior to March 6th. March 6th is the deadline. We may have it before then. Additionally, as some of you know, Donna had met with the town clerk and IT and myself about streamlining the web page for viewers to see what activity takes place at the council meetings, making it more user-friendly. The meeting was productive, and we're in the process of making those changes. And once it's done, people will be able to submit their emails so they get the immediate notification, and they'll be instructed how to follow it so they can stay more up to date. I would call this for the good of the order, for the good of the town. We all know the wishing well located at the intersection of South Pier Road and Ocean Road. We've seen this iconic structure decorated throughout the year for holidays and special events, but many of you don't know who does it. It's Mrs. Judy Callahan, our solicitor's mother. She's been doing this for decades. Throughout the year, you see the structure with flowers, ornaments, hearts, Christmas decorations. It is always nice to drive by and see what she's done with it. A lot of times when I drive by, she's actually doing it. And today I went by and she's got red hearts and flowers displayed on it. And I just wanted to say it's nice to see that once in a while in a small town. And I'd like to thank Judy very much for that kind gesture, which I know she loves doing. And that was about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Jim? Seeing none, we'll move on to the approval of minutes. Is there a motion to approve as presented items, minutes, items C1, C2, C3, C4, C5, C6, C7, and C8?
Motion to approve C1 through C8.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 4-0. On to our open forum part of the evening. Jim, has anyone signed up?
No one signed up.
Okay, just as a reminder, this is the open forum public comment of the evening. This is not for the public hearing. So is there anyone who wishes to speak for open forum on any of the items, on any item that is not on the agenda, excuse me? Okay, thank you. Moving right along. We are now on to our public hearing. Item D1, is there a motion to open and hold a public hearing on an ordinance in amendment of Appendix A entitled Zoning regarding dimensional regulations and rear and side yard setbacks?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. So, as a reminder, this was an item that Councilor Vignali had presented previously. It was sent off to the
Sorry,
planning
Alex,
board for their
Did you
review.
vote on the to open the public hearing?
Oh, sorry, thank you. Strike that from the record. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 4-0. Thank you. We are now officially in open forum, the public hearing. And as a reminder to where we are, how we got here, Councilor Vignali presented these changes, amended changes that The council then sent off to the planning board for their review. The planning board provided the town council and public with their feedback on the proposed changes, and those can be reviewed in the attached. So I will send it off to Councilor Vignali, who will give us a highlight of the changes that have been proposed, and you can go from there.
Thank you. The goal of the proposed 15% modification is to allow residents and homeowners with a clear, efficient, and inexpensive path towards limited home improvement efforts. I believe that this could happen by returning to the pre-2023 ordinance. Let me elaborate a bit on that. After hearing loudly from the residents about their concerns about taller homes being built, I propose that the height in the current ordinance remain as it is and not revert back. I propose that height, let me just say that again. It's because there has been so much confusion surrounding the height. The height of homes will remain at the current specifications as listed in the current ordinance. There will be no changes on height. We are currently in an affordability crisis. Affordability doesn't just mean the price of a home, but it's also the price of improvement to a home. A slight expansion, a new deck, a new ramp for senior citizens, a more accessible home. Creating more efficient and affordable process for improvements will help residents stay in their home and attract residents to our town. Did you know that affordable and affordability appears 78 times in our comprehensive plan? I think it's also important to note that although the changes to revert back to prior to December 2023 were not passed by the planning board, it must be noted that the vote was not unanimous. I also want the residents, many who could not be here tonight and may be watching, to know that the planning board did agree with many of the changes put forth. It appears that after going through each section, not just arbitrarily making changes, they did see some advantages in the changes. I spent numerous hours working with our town solicitor to ensure that the proposals brought here tonight not only lines up with the intent of what the state is doing to combat our housing crisis, but also is consistent with the Narragansett Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you. So now we will turn it over to the public comment portion of the evening. So as a reminder, everyone will be called up once, and you will be able to speak on the proposed changes that have been outlined, and you will be sworn in up front here as well. And when you come up, please state your name and address. So with that, is there anyone who wishes to speak for the public hearing portion of the meeting? Yes, in the back. Oh, sorry, Mr. Callahan. If I had seen you better, I would have said you by name.
I do. Thomas Callahan, C-A-L-L-A-H-A-N. You're welcome. Good evening, Mr. President, members of the council. Depending upon who you ask, I've been recently elected the chair of the planning board, so condolences or congratulations are in order. I'll let you decide which ones. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of the planning board in terms of the report that we provided to the council. I do have 3 slides that have been prepared and are available to be shown if it is your inclination to let that happen. Okay, can I have the slides called up, please? Thank you. So this first slide is simply a very brief history of how we got to tonight. In December 2023, the last town council approved changes to the zoning ordinance that basically established the 15% change to the dimensional regulations within the zoning ordinance in response to state legislation that had been passed that session. And last March, the Town Council referred a package of proposed revisions to the Planning Board that included reverting back to the 2023 dimensional regulations that had been in place. In May of last year, the council opened a public hearing and then referred the package of revisions and then withdrew the referral with the understanding that individual work sessions would be held with the planning board on each of the proposals that had been, each of the, I think were 13 or 14 proposals that were sent along at that point in time. In August, the Town Council and the Planning Board held a work session to discuss the zoning section 4.3, the definition of households, and the 15% modification to the dimensional regulations. In November, the Town Council referred amendments to the ordinance regarding the elimination of the minimum side yard setback and the reversal of the 15% dimensional regulation amendments from 2023. And then finally, the Planning Board met twice in December, on the 16th and the 22nd, and provided the report that is before you tonight. Next slide, please. So, as you know, the guidance that the Planning Board operates under is that we are obliged to make a recommendation to the council on either to recommend that the amendments that are being proposed are consistent with the comprehensive plan, as well as consistent with the purposes of the zoning ordinance. And we only have the opportunity to vote up or down. We can't redline or we can't amend what you suggest. But we do have the opportunity, and we did take the opportunity this time around to provide some additional suggestions or ideas for your consideration. So, there are, as Council of acknowledged, instances where this planning board found that the dimensional regulations could be supported in the following areas, in terms of the definition of building coverage, and then what I'll say the non-residential, if you will, dimensional regulations for the business and industrial site coverage, for the Galilee Special Planning District, for the residential development and the residential developments planning special planning district, the dimensional table for accessory height, which I believe is 15 feet, dimensional table for business and industrial, accessory structure height, text revision to include the definition of greater than 18 feet in height, industrial setbacks, convalescent homes, group homes, orphanages, motels, tourist courts, cluster developments, and multifamily. Heart of the matter, as it's been discussed over the course of the last couple of years, goes to the residential side of things. The board could not come to a consensus to recommend the following aspects of the proposed referral based on the inability to make findings that they were consistent with the comprehensive plan and that they were consistent with the principles of the purposes of zoning. And that was the elimination of the minimum side yard setback, the residential site coverage maximum, the Breakwater Village amendments, and I'll make a notation there. When we spoke to the representatives from Breakwater Village, which I think originally there had been some indication that came from the council, I think from Councilor Colonies, that the folks at Breakwater Village were looking for something different than they had. They were looking to be free from the special zoning, status that they have. The representatives, including the president and their attorney, said they would prefer to remain as they are, but asked if their shed setbacks off the side yard setbacks could be set at a little shorter distance than they currently are. The dimensional table amendments for residential, the FAR, and the hardscape and the softscape amendments. So before I go to the last slide, just a couple of additional comments. There are areas of substantial agreement on the non-residential side of the recommendations that you've made. And I'd like to say that there were a couple of aspects about this that I would suggest that you find and ask for answers tonight, because we couldn't get them. Number one, Mr. Menzies, I think you had raised the question last time out about FAR, and noted that, I think you used the word wrinkles, if I'm not mistaken. There might be some wrinkles in terms of how the changes in the dimensional table might interplay with FAR. And we had asked and raised that question with our council. Over the course of a couple of meetings, we have not gotten a response, and I think that's something that this council should get from their council, which I think, I understand Mr. Callahan might be prepared to do that tonight, but I recommend that you do that. The second is, there was a provision in your referral that would have added language to section 4. Part 2, section 4.5E, related to maximum lot coverage. Again, we asked our council because no one on the board understood exactly what the intention of that language was, what its consequences would be if it was enacted. We were unable to get an answer from council. Council was not prepared to opine. I sent a note on to Bob Craven today, teeing these two questions up, and hopefully Mr. Callahan be prepared to deal with them tonight. There had been some, I guess the last big picture item I'll refer to before we go to the last slide, is there had been some discussion about folks who had, what I'll say, had incurred an opportunity cost, that by essentially paring back the table of dimensional regulations in 2023, people who would have had the opportunity to expand their property more so than they would now, even under the 15%, even under the 15% modification. There was a counter argument that has been made that I don't know that you have heard, but I think it's worth considering as you go forward. Is the flip side of that is there is the potential imposition on the ability of people to essentially have the quiet enjoyment and use of their property, who are abutting those people who want to expand their property right up to the property line or close to the property line and next to them. I'll say that the table of dimensional regulations, it's my understanding the table of dimensional regulations in Narragansett has been in place for 30 or 40 years. People have come to rely on that as basically what governs how people can do, what people can do not only on their own property, but what people living next door to them can do. I'll have the last slide, please. There were some thoughts about what else you might consider as you go forward in terms of potential ideas that were not included in this item. So number one, if the objective is to help people who reside here, own homes here, then to use the homestead exemption, which people who are qualified for the homestead exemption, to provide either additional relief or to fast track or modify the process for somebody who's seeking to make an improvement on in their property. The second thing is to weigh more heavily lot size when considering and granting relief to substandard lots of record. If you look at the one of the charts that for the and I'm sorry I don't have it right in front of me, but the table is tied to relief to the actual lot size and not necessarily to the zone. So if you look at FAR, if you look at the table of relief for FAR, that's tied to actual lot size, and that's important in terms of thinking about in the real world how big is a lot, not what zone it sits in, but how big is the lot, and thinking about how much relief we can grant. I think we have an example in our report. I'll just refer to it briefly. It's interesting to note that And sometimes you get the inverse of what you would expect to get. So for example, using the existing table in section 6.4 for calculating building coverage limitations for a legally created substandard lot of record of 9,000 square feet yields maximum building coverage of 1,530 square feet in an R80 zone, but 2,178 square feet in an R10 zone, thereby enabling 40% more coverage in the more densely developed zones that are less densely developed than the less densely developed ones. On its face, it seems counterintuitive that you could do that. Finally, I will say, one of the things that I think we've heard throughout this is how challenging it can be for individual residents to manage their development process as they go forward. So I'll say we suggested that the council explore expending the resources, to determine the scope and potentially expend the resources necessary to recodify the zoning ordinance. So in the zoning ordinance, just in one of the sections that we're talking about tonight, the following language appears: maximum site coverage, maximum building coverage, maximum lot coverage, building coverage, net lot coverage, and net lot area. I don't know about all of you, but the ability to follow that through the ordinance, or through the zoning ordinance, is very challenging. That's only one section. Again, it's been my understanding that the mid-90s was when the last time the zoning ordinance was looked at holistically and basically recodified. For the purposes of making this easier for people to do the improvements on their homes that you mentioned, it'll probably be worth your time to do that. Finally, I think others will speak to this tonight, but I think you'll find that you've made significant changes over the course of the last year. Garages, basements, cellars are all now excluded from the FAR calculations. You've got the 15% modification. I think if you look carefully and you take the time to look carefully what's happened over the course of the last year, how many variances were actually sought, how many were granted, you might find that that this could be tailored even further as you go forward. So, Mr. President, that concludes my remarks. I'm happy to take any questions that you may have or your colleagues might have, and
I appreciate it. Sorry.
And leave the podium.
Well, I appreciate it, and I do congratulate you on the newly elected position. It is a thankless position to serve in any voluntary capacity or elected position, so I do wish you all the best in that new role. I do want to say thank you for providing the very thorough report, as all members of the planning board have continued to do every time they come here in a very professional way. And I do agree with the questions that you would ask that we follow up with our solicitor, and I've already made note to ask them when we have gotten to that point in the meeting. Does anyone else have any specific questions or comments?
Congratulations, Tom, and I just think it's a breath of fresh air for you from the planning board to come up here and say that the zoning ordinance is confusing. As a member and as an educated person who built buildings and oversaw construction, it's confusing to us, but it shouldn't be confusing to the people that need to do things. So I think this council would be appreciative of maybe some kind of vote by the planning board to move on with a recodification and make it's simple. I've gone through different zoning ordinances in different towns since this has all started, and a lot of them are really simple and easy to understand. And this is just the compilation of years of restrictive ordinances on top of restrictions, So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Again, the report was unanimous. The findings were split on the residential side. It was a 3-2 vote on the residential side. The findings on the first bucket were all unanimous. I'd be remiss if I did not thank the staff. As thankless as this is for us, they've been through this now at least a half dozen times over the course of the last couple of years. The work that goes into preparing something like this is extraordinary, and I'm grateful to the staff for the work that they do. Thank you.
Couldn't agree more. Thank you so much. Well, I mean, I think the staff deserves a round of applause, honestly. Thank you. So, is there anyone, I'm sure there's others. Yes.
Can you hear me now? Testing, 1, 2, all set? Okay. Charlene Riley Paskowski, 16 Cove Road, Narragansett, Rhode Island. First, Charlene. Last name, P as in Peter, A-S Sam, K-O-S Sam, K-I. Okay. Yeah, I'm really concerned about the zoning changes. I want to give you a couple of examples to explain to you, and especially the public, the residents, as to why my concerns. I live near the Sprague Bridge, and all of Narragansett, most of Narragansett, we have been affected by the glaciers. Ledge, lots of ledge. My neighborhood is all ledge, wetlands. There are houses there, but people have had to go through the eye of a needle. And my husband and I had a situation where a person bought a lot next to us. And there were actually, it was either 3 or 4 lots that went down to Boston Neck from Cove Road. And they had to go for a variance because they found out through the perk testing that 3 of the lots were wet, including the one that they thought they'd build the house on. So because of that, they had to go before the zoning board. And the zoning board granted them permission to move the side setback closer to my house. And instead of 20 feet, it was now 10. My deck now reaches the property line. Okay. They have a heat pump out there. Lovely couple, it's not their fault. But the heat pump, I can hear it go on. We'd sit out on our deck and hear this screeching. I can't live like this. And then I started getting worried, thinking, that's friction. There's going to be a fire here. So I ended up calling the police department, and one of the police officers came up, and he said, I'm going to come back later when it's quiet with the sound meter. Well, sure enough, he came back, and sure enough, it was way high above the allowed decibel. So they sent a letter to the couple, and the couple, for some reason, I don't know why, were very upset with us. Meanwhile, I'm thinking I'm doing them a favor from possibly their house catching on fire from the friction. The reason we were so concerned is because years prior, we had another house built adjacent to us. And what happened was, while they were building their house, I had raw sewage coming up through my lower basement bathroom. Raw sewage, I could see it. Not only could I smell it, I could see it. Very disturbing, obviously. A health hazard. I called the town hall, explained the situation to them. Oh, well, you'll have to go down to Boston Neck Road and hook up to the sewer. Wait a minute, that's 4 lots. Why can't I go to Star Drive and hook up to the sewer? No, you're gonna have to go down to Boston Neck. I said, oh, well, that makes a lot of sense. So I called an excavator. Excavator came over, very well-respected man in town, has done a lot of excavation, knows the land, knows the ledge, the whole 9 yards. I can't give you a price. There's ledge all the way down Cove Road. There's ledge in your whole neighborhood. I can't give you a price to tie into the sewer. So I'm thinking, oh, now what am I going to do? We're up the creek. Not only am I listening to the sump pump, the heating pump, but now I've got raw sewage coming up into my downstairs basement. People who have never built a house, who move into a house and don't know the area, they may end up with problems like that. And I'm forewarning you, with these zoning changes, people are going to have problems. There's wetlands all over the place. You want some substandard lots to be developed? Why? Why? So people can make money? I think it's a bunch of baloney. People wanting to come in and add on ADUs, add on for the mom and dad, add on for a new baby coming. Really? Nobody's having kids in town. They can't afford to buy houses here. They can't afford to add on another bedroom. I hope you seriously consider what you're proposing. I hope you seriously listen to the Planning and Zoning Board and listen to the experts. Obviously, you cannot be an expert on everything. You're doing a fine job. You have to go through studies after study. But this is serious. Something like this is going to change our whole community. Please consider it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Alba.
Yes, I do. Dr. Al Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace, Narragansett, Rhode Island. People are approaching me now saying, it's your fault, Dr. Alba, that this town council came in. They said you have adversely affected the ability for the previous town council to come in, and you supported this town council. And I did support each of you, every one of you, because I felt in my heart of hearts that each of you would be concerned about the betterment and improvement of Narragansett. Because each of you, I felt, had a vested interest in Narragansett. Mr. Durkin, I felt because you had property.
Dr. Alba, sorry.
Okay,
I just
the
want to
point-
make
the
sure
point-
that you're
okay, so the
speaking
point
to the
I'm trying to
dimensional
say
changes.
is that when I heard this zoning proposition, when I heard Mr. Brady being taken off, when I heard Jerome Brunetto being taken off, these are sage individuals, they're smart individuals. And then we have now this proposal to increase the FAR. And to me, it's reckless. We have to really have consideration. We have to ask ourselves why. Why do we want to increase the FAR? Why do we want to change the town's, comprehensive plan? You have to ask yourselves this. Put yourselves in our shoes, because we're all going to be adversely affected, all of us. Not only the families like this lady, but every single one of us. We could see the problem and the crisis with the sewer situation. We could see the water situation. It affects everybody, everyone. No one's immune. People want to go to the water and go in the oceans and swim. How much does a developer need? I don't understand this. It's nonsensical to me. We're at a time where we should have a moratorium right now. We should have a cutback. We should have actually even making it so you cannot unmerge the lots. We should have a moratorium. You guys can speak to the speaker. You can speak to anyone. We got the evidence that this is going to cause grave harm to the town of Narragansett. There's no question about it. The primaries are next September. If any of you want to get reelected, I strongly reconsider. You do not approve this. Mr. Durkin's going to be all set. How about each of you? You have to look yourselves in the face, right? Just self-reflection. President, your family lived here for many years.
I just want to make sure that you're
So what
speaking
I'm
to
just
the
trying to
dimensional
say
changes.
is because of many, many issues, from encroaching on our neighbors, from having too big of a house on any one given land. We had wetlands deemed for many years. The wetlands are still going to stay there, and we have rising water levels. I had to contact the town council in Venice because they wanted to build a big development down there. I had to create a page and explain to them, if you do this, it's going to exacerbate flooding. We have a water shortage over there. And they listened to me, and they thanked me. And believe it or not, we blocked a multi-million-dollar developer, Meritage Group, from building. People said, that's amazing, you did it. But they listened to me, and it wasn't even my hometown. I hope you people who I supported will listen to me. Be a great disappointment if you do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next? Yep. Oh, sorry. Yeah, nope, you. I'm working my way around the room. Sorry. No, that's all right.
I do. Dante Lopardo, DanteLopardo. Do I have to push a button or is this on? My name is Dante. I've been in Narragansett my whole life. My grandparents lived here my whole life. My parents had a summer house down here my whole life. About 10 years ago, I bought a house down here. Since then, I've had 3 kids. 6 years ago, I got my sister a house down here. Since then, she's had 3 kids. I coach Little League Baseball, girls flag football, U10 soccer, and my daughter's involved in basketball right now. I just went through a situation where I had to get a lot unmerged, trying to build. I bought my house 10 years ago. I bought it with my mother-in-law with the plans of, at one point, one of us taking the house and one of us building another one. So we needed a bigger house. So I was trying to build one on the land, and I came across the old setbacks and the new modifications. And I just want to say I really appreciate what you guys have done for the young families in here by dividing the land and letting small families build more houses and add more kids to the community. My son's in kindergarten right now. I think there's 50 kids in the town. My nephew was there last year. There were 36 kindergartens in the town. So divide the land, let people build houses, bring families to Narragansett. We really appreciate it. Thank you for all you've done.
Thank you. I think I saw someone in the back. Yep. Oh, sorry. I'll get to all of you, I promise.
I do. William Iannucci, Iannucci, 75 Kingstown Road. I think you can see a lot of work went into this ordinance. Some great work, and I think it's a fantastic job you're doing putting this together. And it just as the previous speaker just stated, it's going to do wonders for the town, maintaining Narragansett as a great place for families, great community. So I just want to commend you on this ordinance and everybody that put a lot of work into it. And I completely support it. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I think the other gentleman who, okay, there you are. Thank you.
Absolutely. Paul Mainville, Mainville. I'm guessing you could spell Paul. And I live at 11 Terra Drive in Narragansett. I first want to say that coming here tonight was a gift because I got to see the officers brought into service, or well, I'm not sure the word that I need to use, the firefighter, the little kid pinning a badge on his dad. Some special things happen in your life, and I think that God puts you where you need to be at that moment. As far as living in Narragansett, I'm new to the town. About a year and a half now, I call it home. I am delving into things as much as I can, running a small business. when I walked out of the house this summer, my comment is about infrastructure. And so my wife and her friend were heading to the beach. Terra Drive is east of the plant. I'll refrain from calling it an Irish term that I like to use on the radio. I may end up using it. As I opened the door to see the ladies out, it was about 10 o'clock in the morning. And I'll say, not to be too dramatic, but my olfactory senses were smacked by the smell of ripe shite. Okay? It was the grossest thing I had encountered. I grew up in Woonsocket. I left Woonsocket before they sold the rights to burn refuse from sewer plants in the city of Woonsocket, a company called Netco. Woonsocket has been scourged by the smell of burnt shite for the last 30 years. It's disgusting, and it's a detractor to the people that live in that community. I moved to Sutton and then to Millbury, up the hill from another plant like we're referring to. I heard a comment, and I'm not sure who it was from, but, well, possibly we could build a dome over the plant. I'm not here to cast aspersions or point anybody out. I don't care who said it. I can say honestly that it didn't work, because I lived uphill from the plant, and still we were, christened depending on which way the wind was blowing, with the smell of, you know what I want to say.
Sir, and I'm not disregarding the very relevant, valid concerns that you're sharing.
Right.
But because this is a public hearing specifically on the dimensional changes, just
Well,
want to
I
make sure that you're going to get to a comment on the specifics. That's all.
My comment would be that, and I appreciate that, and
No problem.
I certainly didn't want to seem inappropriate.
Nope, that's okay.
When you talk about increasing the size of homes and the size of bedrooms and the size of people, and I believe that there's another thing coming up after that to talk about how many kids you're going to allow to spend in houses in everybody's neighborhood, and that's going to go up from, I thought it was 1 per bedroom. I hope I didn't make anybody angry with that notion. And then I read something tonight that said it was going to go from 3 and up. So you're looking at, I've seen parties at houses where kids live, where you can see 20 and 30 people at a house for a day or two on the weekend, football parties. And imagine the tax on the services, the sewer services. So now you want to change the zoning to impact those structures even, or those services even more? I can't even imagine that you don't have a plan for infrastructure in place before you go wanting to change anything as far as zoning and lot sizes and house sizes. And that's it for this time. I'll see you again. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next? I know nobody wants to get up to speak, but I think a lot of you came to speak, so I'm looking for a hand. Yes. Just want to make sure that I give you all the fair chance to speak.
I do. Kelly Donovan, KELLYDONOVAN, 116 Central Street. Basically, I wanted to say, and I'm speaking really only to the residential changes here, I was very impressed with the planning board memo of December 2025. I thought it was very complete, well thought out, professional, and cited all the reasons I agree with as to why I think you're moving forward with these changes are ill-advised. I particularly agree that the changes will not be in agreement with the comprehensive plan. I agree, and it's very interesting to look at Mr. Friday's analysis, the 2 pages appended to that December memo, showing that most people who want variances, special uses have been granted them. Most are granted automatically. The percentages are overwhelmingly in that regard in his analysis of the last 5 years. Excuse me. Partly it feels as though this is using a sledgehammer to solve a problem that doesn't really exist in terms of making the process, quote, easier. I agree with what's stated in that memo that modifying the setbacks in the ways you propose will lead to larger houses being allowed, which are not going to be more affordable. I think it's not going to have anything to do with solving any affordability problem. The infrastructure issues are there, and again, that doesn't seem to have been taken into account with your proposal. Sewer, water, sewer, water. I would request that you consider holding this hearing open, or whatever the proper procedural move would be, in order to, one, reconsider, but two, at least to clarify the areas where not even council could answer what the language meant. I hate to see you move forward enacting language where you're not sure what it means, the planning board isn't sure what it means, and council so far was not able to say what it means. What are we passing here? And with due respect to this couple of the speakers in favor of it, I would ask them to read that, all the redlined version and the planning board memo and attachments, and explain it all to all of us. I agree very strongly with the planning board recommendations at the end that it's time to approach this differently. His slide 3, let's look at something more comprehensive so that we can understand the language and regular people, regular residents can know what they're getting into. But I urge you not to pass these changes as you've proposed them. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Friday.
I do. It's Rupert Friday, R-U-P-E-R-T, and Friday, like everybody knows how to spell, I think. Thank you. Good evening, Council. I'm speaking here as a resident tonight. And what the Council is proposing only impacts property owners who will need a variance to build. The rationale for the changes, in my opinion, is doublespeak. It's based on anecdotes and disinformation. The changes are not based on data, and they will permanently change the character of our neighborhoods. The assertion is that they are needed to help housing affordability, to retain or attract families. We've heard vague anecdotes that the standards are preventing families from adding a bedroom for their kids to live here or a caretaker for seniors. That families are not moving to town because zoning setback standards are keeping them from buying a house and expanding a house. I analyzed 5 years of data, building permit data. Building permits issued that required a variance from setbacks, lot coverage, and FAR. And you'll have a blue sheet in front of you that has the most recent data. It's more detailed than what was presented in the planning board report because I got the applications for variances and special use permits and had a chance to dig into it in more detail. I can find no data that supports the assertions. Many of the building permits are for tear downs and rebuilds or major expansions of existing houses. There's no evidence that there's any constraint keeping people from building larger houses. In fact, the council's proposed changes are an additional incentive for tearing down existing smaller houses, building even larger houses in their place, or expanding smaller houses. The smaller houses in town are the houses that have been more affordable. Expanding them makes them less affordable. The data on building permits documents but it's a myth that people need an additional 15% in lot coverage or reduced distance from property lines to expand their house. It's just not true. Over 5 years, over 5,000 building permits, nearly 97% conformed to the town's zoning regulations and did not need a variance or special use permit. 97%. Only 1.6% needed a variance so that they could build closer to property lines or cover more of a lot. Less than 2% of over 5,000 permits. Half of those were for non-residents. More than half were for decks, garages, sheds, pools, hot tubs, and pergolas. So less than 1/2 of 1.6% of building permits that needed a variance are to add living space to a house, and nearly all of those are approved. The ones that weren't approved in most cases were work done in houses without a building permit, done illegally, and really outside the limits of the town zoning ordinance. Nearly 3/4 of the 88 variances over 5 years were for substandard lots. The data documents that the changes made in 2024 that dramatically reduced development standards for building on substandard lots are considerably reducing the need for variances on substandard lots. So the data shows that the proposed changes are being driven by myths, and misinformation are not needed. And the data raises the question, who do these proposed changes serve? I'd be glad to answer any questions on my data if that would be helpful.
Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Fry or comments? I do want to applaud you again for the very thorough research that you do, and you continue to, even though you're speaking in the capacity of a resident, you continue to show that you've been a tremendous asset to the town. So I thank you for presenting this information to us.
I think it's really important to be making decisions based on data and not based on anecdotes. So.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, and with a hat. Sorry, it's hard to see everyone from up here. And I'm pretty sure I know who you are.
I do. My name is Joseph Franchina, Franchina. I live at 6 Lauderdale Drive, Narragansett. Thank you for allowing us to speak this evening, town council members. A few things. I've said it before, but I think maybe people need to be reminded with so many things on your plate. We've been here since '03, moved down here from Coventry, and purchased an older home and refurbished it. Took about 3 years. I had administration subdivision done on it. I sold a piece of property to my neighbor. I had variances. We added an additional garage to the house. It was a single garage home, ranch. Added another garage, had decks. I had permits for all of this, and we had to come to the board and the town engineering, Mr. Santilli at the time. And it was done in a reasonable time frame. So I don't understand the council's discussion, particularly Mr. Durkin and Ms. Vignali, on that aspect that it's very hard to get these things done. It is not. And this was done in '04, '05, '06, 2004, 5, and 6. So that's personal experience on my part. It worked very smoothly. Yes, I had to pay for a surveyor to come in. I understand that. We had to do that in any town I lived in. I lived in towns in Coventry, Rhode Island, also in Connecticut, South Windsor, Ellington, and we had houses enlarged and built new there. and had to go through certain processes. Frankly, Narragansett, of the 3 areas that I had houses purchased or built or revised, this was the best one, frankly. Not because of what you're trying to change now, but what existed previously. House prices cannot be adjusted by you doing a few things with a zoning. It's not going to happen. We know that. Our houses are not affordable. Daytona Avenue in Briggs Farm is where I live on Lauderdale. Just around the corner, 2 homes are being built. Cute homes. Single garage at the first floor, a little entryway, and a stack of stories above it. Not as high as I thought they would be. 1.2 or 1.3 million. That is not affordable under any pretense. No young family can move here unless they have substantial resources, either a house given to them, as I've known families to have that done. Parents had provided free land. We've had that right in my own neighborhood. Provided free land, and they were able to just put a house on it. Not a problem, but that's not common. That is not common. As a matter of fact, if I waited until today, or a year ago, or 2 years ago, to move from Coventry, Rhode Island, and I had a nice Gambrel Cape on 3/4 acre lot right in Wood Estates North, very nice home, large, huge family room, really a beautiful home. But the price I would have to pay to get a ranch here that it would be move-in condition would be something on the order of $800,000. I would only get $600,000 for that house in Coventry. I couldn't move here. But it has, so our houses are not affordable, and there is nothing you can do to make them affordable, because that is not in your control. No matter what ordinance changes you do, all you'll do is allow people to move in who have the money and will use it to whatever need they want. And if I'm understanding your motions that are being made, remove the setbacks, you know, those variances provide a control point for all the building that goes on here. If you remove the control points, we will have a nightmare. Actually, we are having a nightmare. And the nightmare is our water system and our sewer system. And it is a nightmare. Last year, the whole year, summer months-wise, we couldn't use water outside. I pay for the use of water. I live in the US of A, a first world country. And Narragansett will not allow anyone to do any outside watering? And you want to proceed with these changes? If you were to do that, I agree with several people that just spoke. A little moratorium here is worthwhile. Mr. Durkin, you said it's confusing. I'll take your word for it. But that's one of the reasons why you shouldn't be doing what you're doing. You're going to change drastically a system of ordinances that you don't fully understand. And for those that understand it, I would assume better than you, because I've heard them speak, and that's no reflection off of you. You're not expected to understand all that, or anybody on the town council. But you are expected to listen to those who have understanding, because what you're doing is affecting the town, and it's going to affect it long after you're gone. I'm not going to say dead and buried, although all of us will die at one time. But the point is, so either you don't understand that and are not being careful, or you have other motives for doing what you're doing. But you will not reduce the cost of houses by what you're doing. So please, at least stop saying this word, affordable. It's a national issue. It's not a Narragansett issue.
Agreed.
And so you are treading on very dangerous soil here. And unfortunately, you're going to bring the rest of us down with you. And I'm concerned about that, ladies and gentlemen, lady and gentlemen. It's a serious matter. You are leaders. The town council has tremendous power. I'll be honest with you, I've been here 23 years now, 23 years. You have tremendous power, and you can wield it. You can wield it for good or for evil or ill. You can benefit from it as well. And that's a problem that we have to be very careful. Because when you make decisions, they're to benefit the population of the town, not individuals, not individual groups. That issue that I saw with the homestead, if you're going to limit something, limit any changes to those who have a homestead exemption. Those are those who live here permanently, have a bigger stake. Now, I'm not talking about a money stake. I mean, those that have a money stake in this town have a big issue too. But I don't think they deserve the response that we're hearing over and above the residents of the town. But our water is not right. Got letters recently about problems with the water system. They're not death-defying problems, but they need to be remedied. There's things that need to be done. A moratorium, at the very least, on all of this. Fix our water so we can use them during the summer. With the population that we now have, between the URI students during the winter and the tourists during the summer, our town is at a limit. So making bigger houses doesn't help that. You must understand that. I can't imagine you not understanding that, other than there are other motives. And I don't know what those motives are. I won't say them, because
But we'll
I can't
all
look
be
at
able
you.
to have an opportunity to speak at the end. I just want to make sure that your testimony continues to be focused on the dimensional changes proposed.
The point I'm trying to make, your dimensional changes aren't going to reduce costs. It will increase population, but not young families, because they can't afford them. Some that come have other resources. But the average person coming into this town, I myself, I'm a 77-year-old man. I'm retired. I could not move here now, not without a mortgage. And at 77 years old, debt is not to be incurred if you're smart. So the point is, these dimensions and the fact of how fast you want to apply them, you did slow down for a while, but I can see that you are starting up again. It will not do what you want done if we trust that what you say about affordability is important. Ease of changing your house is important. It was important. It was easy 23 years ago. So I don't understand where you're coming from. Please, pull back. You can always make your changes later on. But once you begin making them, there's a floodgate that's going to open even more than it is now. And I don't think you're going to be able to stop it. But you'll be responsible for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Fleming.
I do. Terrence Fleming, T-E-R-E-N-C-E, F-L-E-M-I-N-G. Thank you. Good evening. Appreciate the opportunity. I did want to first, for the record, I know most of the council probably know me and know the background, but the public may not. At the end of 2024, I finished 30 years on the planning board. Approximately the last 20 of those, I was chair of the planning board. And most importantly, I was the chair of the planning board from the beginning of the consideration of the 2023 housing law, all the way through its implementation, including the adjustment that we made to the dimensional table. So at the risk, and I'm not, but at the risk of being boastful, I do have experience, I do have knowledge, and I do have standing on this issue because of my involvement. And that differentiates me from a lot of people in town who don't have standing and have not been involved. And outside of Mr. Durkin, I don't remember any council member up there coming to a planning board meeting the whole time I was chair. Certainly not on this issue. You guys didn't offer your input then. A lot of people here did. So what I want to explain at some level is why we did what we did. You haven't asked, I'm going to offer it, okay? The dimensional table, as someone mentioned, I think Mr. Callahan or others, Mr. Callahan, I think, dimensional table is, in my mind, established with parameters for floor area ratio, height, setbacks, lot coverage. And the parameters are different depending on the zones or the lot size in the case of FAR. The parameters are designed in total to ensure for the town, and they were developed, as someone mentioned, over years, over decades. We tweaked them and adjusted them. They're designed to ensure the proportionality of the building to the lot on which it sits. That's the simple reason why there's a dimensional table, so that people will have guidelines and that the house that's built on a 5,000 or 8,000 or 12,000 square foot lot is reasonably proportional, and it doesn't impact the neighbors and the neighborhood by being excessive in size, and the mass is just such that it's out of place. That's why we have a dimensional table. In 2023, the legislature passed this enormous package of bills called the housing bills, and one of the provisions of that bill, which is what we're arguing about here, one of the provisions was a gift, a handout, a bonus to builders, developers, and homeowners from the legislature to give them an automatic, virtually automatic 15% increase in the size of the house. There's no logic to it. There was no justification for it. It was a gift. It was a handout. It was a bonus. It's 15%. What the planning board did, and I was proud of this, still am proud of this to this day, we reacted to that by adjusting the dimensional table so that the proportionality of the house that was going to result under this new law, which we couldn't get away from the 15%, the proportionality of that house was still going to be maintained reasonably to the land on which it sits. That's why we adjusted. We adjusted those elements down so that people, because it's a virtual slam dunk that you get the 15%, people could come in, apply for their 15%, and be back to the same levels prior to the housing law, to the 2023 levels. That was the whole intent of this. And again, I was proud of that, and I still am, that we did that, and I think it was the right thing. I do want to clear up a couple things, some misinformation. I attended a lot of the meetings and watched them on YouTube and talked to a lot of people. There's a couple of things that people need to understand, and I just want to clear it up because it bothers me. There's a notion out there that this adjustment in the dimensional table was directed by our staff, by the people who work in this town hall. And that's absolutely untrue. If anybody's saying that, that's true. Untrue. This was 100% the impetus of the planning board, myself and the 4 members. You should be applauding us for what we did. I know you're blaming us for what you did, so blame us. Don't blame anybody on staff. It wasn't the previous community development director. It isn't the current one. It isn't the town manager. It isn't the solicitor that you 5 so ridiculously got rid of. None of them. It was the planning board, 100% us, okay? So I'm going to call you out. I'm going to call out anybody that says it's anything but us. If you got a problem, you blame the planning board, not the staff. Thank you. The other thing is that I heard that's misinformation is that people were alleging that the planning board, in adjusting the dimensional table, was basically trying to punish the rental community, trying to punish the people who own investment properties. Again, absolutely untrue. If you were at our meetings, which you weren't, with the exception of Mr. Durkin, who did attend one or two of our meetings, you would have heard me say about that issue that I don't care if it's a rental property for students, summer, year-round, or a full-time residence where the person has lived here their entire life. If the house is out of proportion to the lot, it shouldn't be built. It had nothing to do with the rental business or the rental community. We didn't come after that. And there's more evidence to that, if you really want to be honest about it. If the planning board was coming after the rental community, don't you think it stands to reason that the planning board would have endorsed the 3-student ordinance or the 3 unrelated? And we, in fact, rejected them every time. We rejected the 3-student twice. We rejected the unrelated once or twice. But if we were hell-bent on going after the rental community, we would have endorsed them. So it makes no sense. You got to stop. If you're saying that stuff, you got to stop that stuff. So I do want to compliment the council because when you first rolled this proposal out, I asked to meet with each of you one-on-one to have a cup of coffee. And I was very appreciative. You were all very accommodating. You all took time out of your schedule to meet with me, sometimes more than once. And I sincerely appreciate that. My intent was to try to find out what your rationale was to roll this dimensional table back, because it made no sense to me. I got to say, after those meetings and listening to the workshops and things, I still don't have a clear view. But what did emerge was there were like 5 reasons that came out repeatedly. And I've tried to go through those, and I think people have gone through those, and I think they've all been refuted. I don't think they have any merit. I think the first one was affordable housing. The last speaker was very eloquent about that. How is a 15% bigger single-family home more affordable? It's not. It's less affordable. And I know the Speaker Sakarchi rolled that out initially because he thought he could run that by everybody and say this is about affordable housing. But a 15% bigger house is not going to be more affordable. Now, I'd be the first to acknowledge that if somebody added onto their house and provided a living space for a family member, then you could say that that was providing some affordable living. And I'll tell you, after 30 years on the planning board, I can count on one hand the number of cases that came before us like that, with that justification. There were 2 where people wanted to provide for an elderly parent, and 1 or 2 where somebody had a terminally ill or a convalescing person in their family they wanted to provide. But 99% of the houses that came before the planning board to expand came for one reason. They wanted bigger houses. They wanted an exercise room. They wanted a media room. They wanted a wine room. They wanted to study, they wanted a den. It was all about bigger houses. So this issue of it being affordable makes no sense, absolutely no sense. So you threw that against the wall, it didn't stick. Then you had some advocates and mouthpieces up here talking about how we weren't in compliance with the 2023 laws. Hopefully now you've heard from your solicitor, your assistant solicitor's partner, that we in fact are in compliance. We have been. I was involved in that on every step of the way. We made sure that the town council, actually the irony is, we were one of the first towns to be in compliance with the laws for 1/1/24 because the planning board and the town council at the time made sure that we were. And this dimensional table doesn't have anything to do with the 2023 housing package. This is still our bailiwick. This is still our purview to be able to modify this. It's not under the law. We modified it in response to that handout gift bonus of 15% that Sakarchi and the legislature handed to all the builders, developers, and homeowners. That's what we did. So we're in compliance with the state law. The next one that you threw against the wall was the streamlining, which Mr. Friday did a tremendous job refuting that. I've heard from a lot of you over these workshops about streamlining, cutting red tape, and all that. Well, less than 5% of the permits go to the planning board? What are you streamlining? 96% of the permits go right through Wayne's office? There's no streamlining to be done. You still have to incur costs for surveys and engineering, even if you just go to Wayne and get a permit. You're not streamlining anything at the planning board. And the statistics show that. I heard you guys, when you first came on, talking about how you knocked on doors and everybody talked about going to the planning board. If you look at the planning board's 2024 report, there were 33 site reviews for the whole year. For those of you who haven't been to a planning board meeting, a site review is a request for a variance. 33. Amazingly, you must have knocked on everybody's door of those 33. Which of course you didn't. So what you were saying was exaggerated. It wasn't based on fact. It was something, I believe you said, to achieve your end goal, which you'd already decided on. But the streamlining aspect has no legs. It has no merit. Look at the statistics. 96% of them go through Wayne's office. What are you streamlining? Then I heard from a council member that we had created additional work for community development and the building inspector's office. It's not true. What the added work that was created by the law. The added work was created by the 15% handout gift bonus that Sakarchi and the legislature gave people. Wasn't caused by what we did to the dimensional table. Folks, no matter where you set the dimensional table, people are going to come in for their 15%. And that's going to cause extra work for those departments. And when we passed these laws, I stood right here and said to the council, you need to provide resources for those two departments to process these, because this was an unfunded mandate that the legislature laid on every town. So the work created for those two departments was created by the law, not by what we did with the dimensional table. And the last thing that I heard, which was really kind of interesting, is somebody said to me, well, Terry, the town can still deny these 15%. Well, the legislature refined the law so that the only people who can complain are the ones that share a boundary with the person whose project it is. It used to be, if you live across the street, you're not entitled now, from what I understand, to even make a complaint. You have to share a physical boundary with that person. And how long do those complaints stay on file after, how long when the applicant notifies the neighbors, how long do they have to wait? 2 weeks. 2 weeks and it's approved automatically. And then, if you do receive a complaint, if you look at the law and you look at the bar that the board has to meet in order to deny it, you basically have to prove that the person is injured or impaired from the project. It's an impossible bar to read. So what did Mr. Friday provide in his report? There have been 64 cases of modifications. 3 of them received complaints, which means 61 of them were automatically approved. And then those 3 were approved. All 64 have been approved. So this notion that we can stop these 15% is unfounded, obviously. Now, Council President Menzies has spoken eloquently in the past and has written a really nice letter to the paper about the fact that we're all trying to do what's right for the town, which I believe, and that we might have a difference of opinion, and we need to work together. And that sentiment I totally embrace, and I appreciate what Council President Menzies has said and written. The problem with that is, for that to hold, both sides have to have defensible, justifiable, cogent arguments for their position. and it doesn't. Changing this back has none. All these things that you've thrown against the wall, none of them stick. There is no cogent reason for what you're doing. I haven't heard it yet. So the last thing I will say, and I appreciate the time, is I urge Council President Menzies not to have a vote tonight on the basis of not having 5 people. When I was the chair of the planning board, if we ever had an issue before the planning board that had town-wide implications, I never called a vote if I didn't have 5 people. Because for 2 reasons. Every one of you, all 5 of you should, on an issue like this, specifically, individually articulate your reasons for why you're voting the way you're voting, rather than just voting. You should actually, in my opinion, as a resident, you should state it, which we always ask the planning board members to do. And secondly, you don't want 4, you could have a 2-2 vote. And then where are you? So you always have the odd number, you have the full board. That's up to you. I would still urge you to do that. But whatever you do, please have and I mean this, please have an honest response as to what you're doing. I mean, some of you may want to promote a certain aspect of business in town. Some of you may have family members that had difficulty with permits and you want to try to address that. Some of you may have some, not strange, but unique views of property rights where there shouldn't, you feel there shouldn't be any regulations or restrictions. Or some of you may be cautious of what the state's going to do to the town if we don't get in line. But whatever it is, please give an honest answer and tell the people why you're really, and then let them decide. But these issues of affordability, compliance with the law, streamlining and the like, they don't stand up. They just don't. Thank you for your time. Always a pleasure to address the council.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Yes, Mr. Hanley.
I do. My name's John Hanley, John Hanley. Good evening. I'm going to be quick tonight. I think we've heard some outstanding testimony by people that actually really understand the issues, understand the history of the issues, and believe it or not, actually have facts to back up where they stand. And it will be remarkable to me if you pass these amendments tonight. It will just astound me based on what we've seen. So, of course, first, I urge you to reject this amendment. I think you knew that before I stood here. But I do want to take just a minute, and because I did read the planning board memo of last December, I thought it was excellent. Baseline is they rejected this. So this is now twice the planning board has rejected it, even though you have tried to load the planning board with developer-type people, which really shouldn't be allowed, but unfortunately it is. In that memo, the planning board stated in that memo that on November 17th, the council stated that they introduced this, and they were concerned with quality of life, seniors aging in place, declining school enrollment, and inclusiveness regarding affordable housing. So now it's my comment on those comments from you people is, really? I mean, these amendments that you're proposing tonight, the setbacks, they're diametrically opposed to all of those issues. Just ask most residents, not the out-of-town landowners that you seem to cater to. Look at tonight. There are a couple of people that have special cases that I can understand. But the reality is, there's over probably 80% of the people here that are against this. In the previous round of the 13 or 14 amendments, it was from people that spoke up, it was just as overwhelming. These are the people that voted for you. Can't you understand that we don't need this? We don't want this. We like it the way it is. And just to sum up, and then I'll politely go away tonight. These changes will allow bigger houses. Bigger houses mean more bedrooms. More bedrooms mean higher home prices. Higher home prices mean less families. More bedrooms mean more rentals. More rentals mean more people. More people mean more stress on our already overloaded sewer system, and more people mean more stress on our water system, which is inadequate. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Mr. McKenna.
Yes, I do. Kevin McKenna, M-C-K-E-N-N-A. I live at 31 Pleasant Avenue, Narragansett. My name's Kevin McKenna, and I oppose this amendment. I believe that this is just another invitation to roll out the welcome mat for developers and landlords to construct larger homes on smaller lots. I believe these changes will result in an increase in the number of rental properties in town, thus increasing property values, and again, making it more difficult for young people and families to reside in Narragansett. Furthermore, I believe these changes will erode the quality of life in town. In many neighborhoods, such as Scarborough and Sand Hill Cove, by changing setbacks on smaller size lots, houses could be literally an arm's length from each other. You will have houses on top of each other, like so many houses in urban city neighborhoods. You will be also introducing a host of public safety issues, with fires more likely to spread from home to home because the houses are much closer, and in some cases making it very difficult for fire teams to respond to these fires. Now, some people claim that these changes will increase affordable housing. Well, personally, we would like to hear some hard facts, some proof how this will happen with these amendments. It can't be just conjecture. In closing, how do you expect our aging sewer and water systems will handle these changes? We have major problems right now with our sewer and water systems. What is being done to address these problems? And why should more building be allowed before these problems are resolved? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak who hasn't done so already? Yes, gentleman in the back. Oh, sorry. That's who I saw first.
I do. Paul Wilcox, Paulwilcox. Property 0 Frank Low. Property is 0 Frank Low. Good evening, Chair and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity. First, I do believe that you are concerned with the town of Narragansett, and I support the change that's before you. I'm asking the council to restore the setbacks to what they were under the prior ordinance before the 15% was implemented by the state. After the state relief ordinance took effect, these local changes were made in a way that felt kind of like a backdoor process. Many residents weren't aware until projects were already underway, and the lack of transparency has created real hardship. The current changes have caused significant delays for many Narragansett homeowners. These are not hypothetical impacts. They're real families trying to build, rebuild, or improve their property and getting stuck in longer, more uncertain processes, like myself. There's a misconception that returning to the prior setbacks would somehow degrade Narragansett. It's apparent a small group has framed this as a developer-driven issue, and I believe it's simply not true, and it ignores the facts on the ground. The town already has safeguards. Restoring setbacks does not remove oversight. Building height, lot coverage, drainage, environmental rules, and design standards still apply. Setbacks alone are not what protect the character of Narragansett. Comprehensive standards do. The town has already proven that prior setbacks do work. This is about homeowners and housing needs. Narragansett needs more single-family housing opportunities and reinvestment into existing neighborhoods, and supporting that requires setback relief with clear, consistent, predictable rules. I respectfully urge you to bring the setbacks back to the prior ordinance so Narragansett residents can build with clarity, predictability, and reasonable timelines. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I think I saw your hand.
I do. Margaret, M-A-R-G-A-R-E-T. Last name Rogers, R-O-G-E-R-S. 68 Earls Court, Narragansett. When larger houses are built by right on small substandard lots without sufficient set-asides or safeguards, the answers are clear and they're unambiguous. Predictable outcomes will ripple across this town, including the fact that tear-downs will be accelerated. We've already seen that. More bulk lots on small lots means larger, impervious surfaces, increasing stormwater runoff. Now, as an example, when we built our house, we were not allowed to have a driveway made out of anything that wouldn't properly drain the water. So we had to put a special stone on, no asphalt or anything like that. We were happy to comply with that because we understood the ecological benefit for everybody around us. So you're adding more impervious surfaces, and that's really bad. Greater runoff will flow into the coastal waters, our salt ponds and beaches, and that'll make erosion and water quality worse. Setbacks do matter. A lot of us are worried our town will end up looking like the Jersey Shore. Now, is there a coastal feel on the Jersey Shore? Some might say yes. Developers and builders will say yes. You can go down there and sing a Miami-style luxury condo club is being built. And that's because things went out the window down there in terms of what could be built. And that's what people are worried about. And I remember, too, that the Jersey City mayor has a summer home here in Narragansett, not on the Jersey Shore. And I remember that so well because he was one of the guys fighting coastal access and increased public parking for the surfers down in Point Judith. And he was vehement and vocal about it. In essence, as I see this, you're creating a luxury housing ordinance because the developers will be
incentivized, and they already are, to tear down our smaller homes and cottages and replace them with maximized, high-value homes, which is the exact opposite of attainable housing. Now, if you guys, you ran all 5 of you as a team, I get it, 5 Democrats, all knocked on doors together. If you were sincere and to be believed about achieving the 10% goal of affordable housing, and I care a great deal about that too, that as a group, you would have had a plan ready on day 1 after the 2024 election to use the affordable housing bond money in a way that was actually intended to build affordable housing, perhaps on the property the town already owns, even the site of our old library. And that would have been a great photo on your palm card this year. But you opted not to do that. Larger homes will mean higher water and sewer demand, more vehicles per household, and increased wear and tear on our roads. And you know how long we've been spending that bond to fix our roads. Our infrastructure in Narragansett was never designed for this kind of intensity, and everybody knows it. Now, when you vote for this tonight, you're trading short-term development ease for long-term, irreversible damage to our town. Irreversible damage to our town. That's why we're worried. Now, Alex, I appreciate, and I do, you thanking the planning board for their work. And this is really what concerns me the most. You said that you respect them, and I want to believe you. When Terry Fleming, and he'll be mad at me that I said this, when he left after 30 years on the planning board, no one said thank you to him. No one thanked the man. And I want you to really think about something. You ask people to serve on boards and committees. People do that hard work. You have heard from 3 planning board chairmen, past and present. And real respect would be abiding by their recommendations and voting accordingly. That's real respect. Now, one thing I have to say to you is that we live in a time in the United States of America where we are living through the death of expertise. Now, what do I mean by that? I mean that we are living through a societal trend, evidence all around us, every minute of every day, where tragically, many people, especially those in power, aggressively reject specialized, experiential knowledge, believing your own opinion or their own opinion is equal to the experts. That is what leads to distrust, and I fear, whether you can see yourself doing it or not, you're following the example of those currently in power who tell us not to believe the experts. We appoint the experts to our boards and commissions. They give us their recommendations, and you say, don't believe them. Does that sound familiar? Trust in our institutions is declining with devastating impact. And I'm asking you to please respect what former Chairman Fleming said to you tonight. Please do not vote on this without 5 people. And please reconsider. I'm imploring you, do not fall into the trap of rejecting the expertise. It will harm our town. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak who hasn't done so already? I'm going based on hands. Yes, in the back. Mr. Pugh.
I do. Yep, Jesse Pugh, Jesse Pugh. Thanks. All right, it's tough coming up here after so many well-spoken individuals, pretty much all night. And I have to say, it's kind of exhausting at this point. We're about a year in on this initiative that's been pushed by the town council. And I think the thing that's really so tough about it is that we all know how the vote is going to go tonight. So we come up here, say our part, and we know it's already predetermined. We've known it since, a year ago when you guys first put it out there. And the frustrating part is that we hear so many people come up here that are so well-spoken, so experienced, so qualified. They come up here, they do their research, they spend the time and the energy, they present to you data and facts, and then we just have this town council that is so thoroughly unqualified on this subject that is going to be making this decision, presenting no research, no data. You've had a year to put together some sort of argument. You can't do that. That's what we all kind of know and we all feel. We know what the outcome's going to be. You can prove me wrong. I mean, I doubt that's going to happen. I'd love for that to happen.
Mr. Pugh, are you going to speak on the specific changes that are being
No, I'll
proposed?
speak on this and other
Okay.
things. It's a public hearing, right?
Yes.
Yep.
But just want to keep the content.
Yeah, I'll move on to my next topic.
Thank you.
So, next topic. This one is a question for the solicitor. I remember when I was on the council, we would have certain items that we would vote on, and we always made a point to make sure there was no appearance of conflict. So maybe there wasn't a conflict, but we wanted to just make it completely clear there's no possible way that we're conflicted.
I just want to make sure that all questions are being directed through the council
Sure,
as
I'll
this
ask you, you can
procedure,
ask this.
and we will
Yep.
follow up with our solicitor.
All right,
afterwards.
so with that said, I'm not going to talk about state ethics because I don't know if Mr. Durkin has received any sort of opinion on voting on things like this. I would say I'm surprised that he's sitting here and not recused from this item. But in our own charter, so our town charter, nothing to do with the state, but our town charter, we have our conflict of interest section, which states, no member of the town council shall vote on any proposition through which the member directly or indirectly could financially benefit.
I
So
just,
that's
I
in the
just want
town
to make
charter.
sure that you're speaking to the proposed changes.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think that it would be, I think any reasonable person could deduce from that a person who owns the most property in town, or if that's not correct, one of the few people who owns the most property in town, is sitting here voting on something that will clearly indirectly benefit him, maybe directly. I mean, I'm being generous when I say that. And there's a clear appearance of impropriety and an appearance of conflict. So, I mean, I remember being on the town council and recusing when there was an item that was about doing maintenance on a drain, on a wastewater rock garden that abutted my neighborhood. I didn't vote on that because I guess I could benefit because there would be less water going down the road in my neighborhood. That's how careful we were about looking conflicted. So my question is Mr. Durkin voting tonight questionable in terms of section 2.0.5 in the town charter?
And he'll answer that question when it's time for the council to address the solicitor. I'm making note of all questions being asked. But this is not the time for Mr.
So we're just
Person
gonna
or the solicitor to be
So if
answering.
the
This is
answer
your
is
testimony.
yes, that's a conflict, we're going to have the councilman sit here throughout this entire public hearing when he's conflicted?
It's not up to me to determine whether or not a council member is acting in an ethical capacity. That's why we have the Board of Ethics at the state level.
No, this is a town charter issue.
I understand, but the solicitor will be happy to answer that question when it's time for the solicitor to answer.
Great.
And I appreciate you bringing that question up.
Because I think there's a feeling that a lot of us have that elected officials feel like they're not obligated to follow the law, that they could do what they want. If no one stops them, they're just going to do what they want. So we all feel that. A lot of us feel that. I won't say all of us. But I'll move on from that. So earlier tonight, Councilwoman Vignali talked about different types of affordable housing. So not the type of affordable housing where the price is less than market, but the type of affordable housing where maybe you have a in-law or a parent or you build an extra bedroom for a son or daughter in a home. That was the way that she was describing affordable housing. I think most of us think that if the value of a property goes up, that is going to make a house less affordable. I know, Mr. Menzies, that's the way you think of it. And I know in a few meetings a few months ago, you said that this specific ordinance change would increase the value of houses in Narragansett. You stated that 3 times, right? Okay, just want to be sure that we all agree on that. So tonight, what's being proposed or what's being discussed would increase housing costs in Narragansett. Earlier tonight, Mr. Alba asked a good question. He said, why is the town council doing this? He said, I asked myself this question, why is this happening? Why would they propose something like this? And I think the answer is not complex. It's probably the most clear, simple, blunt answer. And that is because Joseph Sicarchi up at the state has directed you to do this. I know it's been alluded to a few times tonight, but we could just say it clearly. Joe Sicarchi is directing Narragansett Town Council to pass this to be in line with his initiative. He's running for governor. He needs a feather in his hat. And the town council has to pass this. So, if the town council is doing what Joe Sicarchi is directing them to do, again, a land use attorney from Warwick, then who's the town council serving? Are they serving the voters and the residents of Narragansett? Or are they serving a lawyer who represents developers in Warwick? We can all decide for ourselves what we think. You guys will have your opinion. People out here will have ours. But really, when you're elected to serve on any council committee seat, you have to make a decision for yourself how you're going to serve in that role. Are you going to make decisions that you think are right? Are you going to represent the people? Even if you disagree with what the people want, are you going to go with what they want because you represent them? To me, it seems like this council is doing what they want to do rather than what the people come out every time we have a hearing on this and tell you what they want. So, look at it tonight. There were a few people that spoke in favor of this, and the majority spoke against it. I know you guys have said multiple times there's a silent majority. If there's a silent majority, why don't they ever come to a town council meeting? Is this because you get emails that reinforce your position? Is it phone calls? Are these people that are tapping you on the shoulder when you're at the beach and telling you how they feel? Whatever it is, they are not here. You're ignoring what is right in front of your face, which is residents of this town telling you that they are against what you're proposing. What you four have said you're for and you support from the very beginning goes against everything that's in this proposal. You said you're for affordable housing. We just went over how that's not what this does. You said you're for the environment. So you're proposing additional hardscaping, additional lot coverage, additional stormwater runoff. So directly against what you're saying you're for. You're for supporting the schools, but you're making housing more expensive. You're for coastal access, but you're making access to the coast harder. Larger houses means less pathways to the ocean. We've seen that down in the avenues in the South End. So if those are the things you support, those are what you're for, why would you push for something that goes against those four tenets? I would love to hear a reason why. I would love to see some data. I would love to have you present some sort of compelling argument that backs up what you're trying to do. If it's about adding a bedroom, tell us how many people have submitted applications to add a bedroom to their house and not been able to do that without a variance. Do you have that information? How many people want to do this and have not submitted an application? Do you have any sort of survey that says these people want to expand? They haven't gone through the process, but we know they want to because we have this data. How many people would benefit from the 15%? How many people could build that home with that 15% bonus but can't do it now? Do you have that data? You've had a year to make some sort of argument. Even the people that came up here tonight, and I know a few of them, I know Dante talked about subdividing lots. That's great, and that's done in other legislation, and that's fine. That's not what's being proposed here. Tonight has nothing to do with that. The gentleman who came up earlier talked about starting the building process before this went into place, this 15%, and now it's complicated things. But it really hasn't, because all you have to do is submit a single piece of paper to get that 15% back. So that 15%, that change would not have affected what you're building unless you already needed a variance. If you could build it within what you had in 2023, you could build it now. Submit one additional piece of paper. That's it. So again, I don't know what else to say. I mean, at this point, I think I feel like everybody else out here, which is that you do not support or represent the people that live here in Narragansett. You answer to one person, and it's nobody in this room. So, thank you.
Yes, in the back.
I do. Thomas Rogers, R-O-G-E-R-S. I feel humbled by the previous speakers. The certain redundancy that we've heard here is not from collusion, not from violating the Open Meetings Act or anything, it's just how people feel. At the core of the proposed change, the town zoning ordinances will allow basically any house to be built almost anywhere in town without limit. The proposed change is the most recent effort to gut the town's control over the town, begun in February of the last year when 14 amendments were proposed by Jason Collins and Donna Vignali. We've been doing this for over 11 months now. What we've learned, and data is a beautiful thing, that most of the houses bought in the last 5 years have been bought by out-of-state and out-of-town people. That many of the building permits do not require waivers, and those that did request waivers tended to be for out-of-state people who appear to be pushing beyond what was allowed by the ordinance and who requested more than one waiver. We've also learned that the town, I mean, we all knew this, but we also learned that the town is ground zero for investments for corporations, investors, speculators, developers, and builders, certainly to the detriment of those who live here. Probably most of the people in this room are ones who live here. We've also learned, somewhat disturbingly, that the sewer and wastewater treatment facilities are at capacity and that around $200 million will be needed to repair, replace, and expand the facilities, and that no one has discussed any moratoria on new buildings, or at least on new sewer hookups, is pretty amazing. The only discussion I've heard is 5 or 6 people who preceded me who made the same obvious comments. The logical conclusion is that your actions will only make the situation worse. Do you care? Thank you, Jesse. We also know, or learned, that the available 2- and 3-bedroom homes, which may be affordable for families, just the key word is may, are being raised and replaced with larger homes. We also know that 35% reduction in school-aged children in the last 15 years was not caused because people don't want to move here. It's not because people don't want to have families here. And I applaud the people who mentioned who haven't been able to move here and have families. Mine were all grown. 35%, they can't come here because it's too expensive. The buildings are too big, they're too expensive. We've also learned that these proposed changes have absolutely nothing to do with affordable housing, quite the opposite. And we've also learned, disturbingly, that you're in the process of removing disinterested professionals from planning and zoning boards with individuals who appear to be more amenable to your goals. What we know is that your action will destroy many of the neighborhoods in which you walked in the last campaign season. So many families have been able to quietly enjoy their homes will now watch in horror as their neighborhoods are transformed into money-making investments for corporate investors, speculators, developers, builders, and their attorneys. And we also know is that many younger people who grew up here will never be able to raise their own children here. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, yes, Ms. Lawler.
So help me God. Jill Lawler, Lawler, 63 Sarasota Avenue. Well, Happy New Year, I guess. It's not surprising that no one raised their hand after Terry Fleming spoke. What a tough speaker to come after. We've had some great speakers tonight. I'm glad that most of you are listening. It's too bad that we have one member missing. But let's go back to one thing. The very first speaker, Chairman Callahan, he put up a chart and he detailed 2023. The one thing that he didn't talk about in 2023 was after the planning board so boldly saw what was happening at the State House, they did make a recommendation to the town council, which I was a member of at the time, to make some changes, to stick up for the town and our town home rules. We have the right to be able to enact zoning ordinances that best fit our town. We have that right. And when the planning board saw what was happening at the State House and that Sakarchi was making these overwhelming reach changes that would affect every single community, they worked so diligently. I can't even tell you how many special meetings they had and subgroups to be able to come back and make some changes so that when this happened in January of 2024, that Narragansett would be able to still have the home rule and have the zoning that we wished. So in December 2023, when the planning board finally made the recommendation to the town council, the vote was 4-1 for the town council to recommend and accept the planning board. The one thing that was missing in all of this over this last year is the press. Where is the press? Where is the TV coverage? Where is the newspaper coverage? Because I will tell you, when I'm sitting in the seat that Mr. Durkin was sitting in a year or so ago, any time that the council would take up any of the housing changes that were made and recommendations by the State House, we'd have 1 or 2 crews here from Channel 10, Channel 12, they would be here. You'd see the microphones here taking it in. You'd come home in 11 o'clock news, you'd see it. Narragansett is going up against the speaker. How dare they? I'm glad I did. And I'm so proud of the other 3 council members who went along with the planning board and voted with me to say Narragansett has a right to have home rule and govern as we see fit for ourselves. One size does not fit all. This 15% increase, I can't agree more with the speakers before me. It has nothing to do with affordable housing. It has nothing. I know, Councilor Vignali, when you first brought this forward many, many months ago, one of the reasons that you expressed that you wanted to push back on the 15% was your particular house, that you were not able to put on a deck, you weren't able to age with the home. I don't think you took into consideration the fact that your house is built on wetlands. So if you take a look at the town GSI maps, which I have, and I'm not about to dox you, but I took a look over the overlay, and your home lot is very, very wet. That's why your house sits so close to the road. In order to put that house on that lot, you had to do that. So when the town denied the ability for you to build a deck, it had nothing really to do with the fact other than you have wetlands you have to build around. So you have to take that into consideration. I also want to just say, I'm really surprised that this is back here. The town engineer, several months ago, had a fantastic proposal for you, actually a proposal. He gave a presentation with a consultant, and we talked about our sewer. The town engineer has told this council, the people behind me, that we need a $200 million upgrade to our existing system just to accommodate our current infrastructure, Yet here we are tonight, going forward with a vote, hopefully not, for you to say that you can build 15% more on these lots. It's not going to be for affordable housing. It's not. Stop trying to fool us. Nobody's buying it. No one. I mean, even you, Council President, you seem to be shaking your head with the speakers tonight. So I hear where you're at. You've been so bold as to say you can't afford to live in this town. And that's, you know, it's a sad fact, but it's true, and good for you for saying it. But if you want to address how to make this town more affordable, there are certain ways you can do it. One of the best things I heard was not a suggestion made by me, but by Tom Warren. He came to a meeting one time and said, why don't you use the housing bond money, the $3 million that town voted for, and buy current homes on the market in the north end of town where they're more reasonable? We could have bought 5, 6 of these homes by now.
We're actually doing that. I don't know if you've looked at any of the affordable housing
I've
meetings.
listened to my time now, Alex, right?
I know.
So
just wanted
I know you're
to
doing
clear that up.
repairs, but by now, to the point that Jesse had made, if you had done something a year ago, you could have had 6 houses, and you could have given them to the housing authority to have them oversee, and we could have had 6 families in here, but we don't. The last thing that I want to discuss is the recusal. I have to think that Mr. Durkin's going to recuse himself tonight. I mean, just this morning, the Ethics Commission of Rhode Island was taking a look at the complaint that's currently against him for being able to vote on town issues. So I'm kind of convinced that he's going to recuse himself tonight, and without having Ryan here, that leaves 3 of you. I can't agree more with Mr. Fleming. You can't have a first reading, a vote on this tonight. You have 4 members, 1 should be recusing himself. I agree also, I think it was Mr. Pugh, if not, I forget who it was, that said that Councilman Durkin should not be sitting up there. Other times that he's recused himself, he's at least moved to the audience. But right now, the undue influence you have over your colleagues is real. And it is you who could serve to benefit most from this increase. I don't know the amount of lots that you have, but I know they're numberable, maybe 60 or so. I know that you own the most property in town. So you, sir, have the ability to gain the most from it. Jesse brought up a couple of the points that I wanted to talk about, but it is about the code of ethics in the town council that you have.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that you're talking specifically about the proposed
Sure, I am.
changes.
I'm talking
Okay.
about your vote tonight and whether or not you should be voting tonight.
I just want to keep us on topic, that's all.
In a public hearing, as you know, council, you can speak as long as you wish. So if you take a look at the town charter, there are 5 elements about code of ethics for the councilors. Adhere to the highest standards of ethical conduct, respect the public trust and the right of people, be open, accountable, and be responsive to people. Avoid the appearance of impropriety. Not use your position for private gain or advantage. You know, one thing that I saw at the last meeting when you guys decided, which was great, not to reopen the charter, it really appeared a couple of you were thinking about running again and what it would look like if you were to start messing with the charter now during a year of election. So I want to remind you of another part of the charter, and I'm not asking you to remove the man from office, but another element of your responsibility as town councilors, any elected official or appointed official serving for the town may be removed by the town if the town council, upon determining to its satisfaction that a serious, knowing, and willful violation of the town code of ethics has been committed by an official. The three of you really need to sit there tonight and think, by Mr. Durkin voting or even being here, is this a serious conflict of interest? Because if it is, and I believe it is your responsibility as a council member, you swore an oath to this town, to be able to act upon that. Tonight.
Thank you. Anyone who hasn't spoken who wishes to do so? Yes. Oh, well, yes, with the sweatshirt, yep, sorry.
I do. James Flynn, James Flynn, 22 Stanton Ave. Yeah, I'll make this short and sweet. I just want to say that I oppose these changes in this ordinance. I live on a 5,000 square foot lot, as well as all my neighbors, and my neighbor's going to be putting up a new house soon, and with these new setbacks, side yard setbacks, I think they could probably be 4.5 feet off my lot line if I'm not correcting, which I think is too much. I'd probably have to sell my house. I couldn't deal with that. And then on another note, that's it for me. I oppose it, and I find it very insulting that all three of you guys right here seem to be very attentive to what's going on. You've been listening. This one over here, I think he's been playing poker on his computer all day.
Just keep it to the topic of conversation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't even know if he knows what anyone's saying. So anyways, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Anyone who wishes to speak who hasn't done so already? Last call? Okay. So, yep, sorry. Thank you.
I do. Joseph Volpe, J-O-S-E-P-H, Volpe, V-O-L-P-E, 21 Harbor Island Road, Narragansett. I was going to speak briefly tonight on the setbacks. First of all, I completely understand the purview of what you're doing, not only with this ordinance, but one by one looking at some of the places where we can make some adjustments that may help create opportunity. Many of the time, I agree with leaving it as is without making any changes. Most of the time, I agree without making any changes. But for anyone to come up here and suggest that by you just asking questions or being inappropriate or reckless is wrong, especially in a market where the houses in Narragansett are going up in a relatively flat market. We've heard from some of the youth here that were in favor of this, and I think a couple things I want to just say briefly. I'm against anything that creates any hazard to first responder responding to a property based on the setbacks. That's the only part of this I'm going to speak to. I was the health and safety officer for this department for many years. The safety of the men and women in this department is of utmost importance to me. The safety of the people they are rescuing, if you have young kids or young grandkids, is just as important. So specifically, anything less than 5 feet, I think, can create a problem. That gentleman that just spoke said it's less than 5 feet. If that's where we're going with this, that specific part of the ordinance is something that I think we need to take a look at, because we don't want to overreach. Some may say the short-term rental ordinance had parts of it, which 90% of it I agree with, but was an overreach. That led us to a court case, right? But no one got hurt. It's one thing to have a court case, but it's another thing if someone to get hurt. So I just want to be clear, I want to speak against that portion of it. But I understand fully what you're doing. I understand fully why you're asking questions during a housing crisis. To do nothing would be reckless, not to ask the questions. And again, I'm in favor of a lot of the ordinances remaining the same, but we should have a right to ask those questions and see if we can fix things to create opportunities. The other thing I'm hearing too is there's a setback issue and there's also a creatively using underutilized lot issue, which I think Dante and a couple of other people have mentioned. Jesse Pugh has also mentioned that as well. It's a completely different circumstance. But that is a way of being creative to bring more young families to Narragansett. And then the other thing I'll say is we've heard from many members of the planning board. I respect the planning board. I respect the process. I respect their role in keeping the safety and well-being of the constituents with many of their decisions. However, that responsibility comes with discernment. If there's an opportunity or a situation or a project or a setback issue where an elderly person, without causing any safety issues to emergency responders, can shelter in place or stay in that property, they have to use their judgment and discernment. If there's an opportunity where a modest, small property on a small lot, opposite of what everyone's saying tonight, can be made, that opportunity can be created, they have to use their discernment for that as well. So it's not just about saying that everything you're doing is reckless or shouldn't ask questions to create opportunities. It's protecting the safety and well-being of the constituents, but also looking at situations that they can use their best judgment. And I think our former chair said it best, the greater good. What is the greater good that can come out of that situation? And I respect the process and what they're doing, but I just also, if they're going to be so vocal about it, want to relook at that responsibility as well. I thank you for what you're doing. I thank you for listening. But I, again, want to just say that with prices going up and opportunities dwindling for young families to come in here, you have every right to ask questions on every one of these ordinances and listen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else who hasn't spoken who wishes to do so? Going once, going twice. Okay. So again, I want to thank you all for sharing your feedback and acknowledge that, you know, you did take time out of your busy schedules to be here to share the feedback. And I want to turn it back over to the council to deliberate and then also have an opportunity to interact with the with our solicitor to follow up on a number of different questions. I know I've written down a number of questions to follow up on, but since Councilor Vignali, since this was your item, I didn't know if you wanted to start or if you had a preference. No, I mean, you can okay. So,
sorry,
thank you.
I got my mic on.
Yeah, I know that we have taken a lot of notes, and in Mr. Colony's defense, I know he's been very diligently taking notes up here, typing. I see it. If I thought he was distracted or doing something inappropriate, I would have said something. So I do know that, you know, we all have our modes of note-taking, so methods, excuse me, and that just happened to be how Mr. Colony's takes notes. with that being said, earlier on, you know, this in general is something that I struggled with, wanting to, like, trying to come up with an opinion on it. There was, you know, and learning from the planning board and speaking with residents and having the opportunity to speak with our solicitor, I learned a lot about this and have worked to formulate my opinion on this as well. And I just want to clarify a couple of things with you, James, if 1 second. So my initial concern was with FAR as well, and Mr. Callahan had also brought this up as well. In my conversation with you, just to reiterate for anyone who may not be familiar with floor area ratio, it was adopted years ago to combat larger out-of-scale homes, and from what it appears, based on the policy changes being recommended, is that the proposed amendments do not eliminate floor area ratio. I wanted to make sure that that was confirmed. Can you confirm that?
That's correct.
And FAR was introduced to combat the development of oversized homes. FAR will remain in effect. And this proposal, based on how I've read it and in my conversations with you, and based on what it sounds like what Councilor Vignali has proposed and what we can see here, is that the ask was to revert the FAR back to its pre-December 2023 percentages, which is the 15%.
Right.
And all of the dimensions and the calculations that you two worked on were in response to that 15%. So if it was 15% taken away, it's just the 15% being added back on.
Exactly.
Okay. And then another thing that stood out to me, and then I'll get to the questions that I wrote down during the testimonies. Another thing that stood out to me during the planning board's review was the idea to protect the unique character of Narragansett's neighborhoods. And it sounds like in our conversation that there are a number of homes that are out of compliance based on the current dimensional changes that have been rolled back, and that we believe that the setbacks that were adjusted in 2023 which had been in place for decades. I want to make it also known that, you know, I think Mr. Callahan had mentioned that the dimensional tables were in place for 34 years. We're not looking to get rid of, or at least what's being proposed by Councilor Vignali. It doesn't look like the dimensional tables are going anywhere. What's being proposed is the amendment to give back the 15% that was taken away in 2023 of December. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then when it comes to, let me just read my note here. In regards to, another thing that stood out to me as well, and I want to own it. The reason why there's this misconception about affordable housing and this being an affordable housing initiative, that's my fault. Earlier on, that was an initial claim that I had made, and it sounds like people ran with it. I understand completely that this is not going to solve the lack of affordable housing issues in this town. Anyone who's sitting in the audience who believes that any other individual up here thinks that adding on to a home is going to make properties magically more affordable in this town, I think you can be relieved to know that we hear you, we understand you, and I too struggled with this issue myself. I spoke with members of the Affordable Housing Trust Collaborative, the Affordable Housing Committee, and if people want to see the substantial amount of work that's being done to support affordable housing in this town, including building affordable housing units, which, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe we just purchased or came to an agreement that we will now be actually building new affordable units in the town of Narragansett, which is the first time in years, Am I correct on that?
Right, a purchase and sale has been executed. No closing yet, but that will be announced with more detail as it becomes more clear.
Right, thank you. And I appreciate you sharing that. So action is being taken, but I also want to point out and address, just how much work goes on in the Affordable Housing Committee, that it's not just a magical wave of the wand. I think it's reckless to actually come in on day one and say, all right, this is how we're going to spend the money on affordable housing. This is what we want to do. I think that actually would speak more to this belief that we are all working for landlords and developers. I know I'm not, and I'm very proud to sit up here and say, I know that there's been a few speakers who have come up here already and have acknowledged that I cannot afford to live in this town. We live in an unaffordable town. We live in an unaffordable state. We are looking at an all-time high unaffordable market. My question here is, you've presented different ideas. That sounds like your belief in trying to create more affordable housing in this town is by impacting the value of the properties that people are currently owning in this town. And I understand where you're coming from, that maybe that's the narrative to be going by, is that in order to create more affordable housing in this town, maybe we need to hit people where it hurts, and that's their pockets. And if they can't do anything with their property, maybe their property values will go down as a result. But that's maybe not how it's been meant to come across, but the way that I have viewed this and in my conversations with residents, and I would add that the residents are not present because they feel that I can speak on their behalf, and that is that we are looking at a substantial increase in the overall age of the population here in Narragansett, especially over the last 10 years. I know fully well that the school population has been declining. It's been declining since I was in high school and graduated with a Narragansett High School diploma in 2011. None of the, I shouldn't say none of the, but I haven't seen substantial evidence that has been taken in recent years that has led to more families coming into this town. I haven't seen any actions that were done that led to a more affordable market here in this town. So what we have presented here and what the state has been trying to do, because again, I had these questions and I've asked the state, this is a reaction to the lack of affordable housing options that we have presented here in this town. So if you look at seniors who live in this town, it is cheaper to be able to add on a room to your house so that a caretaker or a family member can come in. And it's also, an opportunity to address the families who are already living here. I speak with many residents, some friends, some not friends, who complain about how their children cannot afford to leave their house. They cannot afford to move out into the community. They can't afford to move out into Rhode Island, any other city or town. So they're stuck with them. So the affordable option for them is to be, and I think this is what the state was trying to do, was to allow those families who already live in our communities to support our communities, to support our families, those who are already living here. This is not by design to create more people to come into this town. It's not. It is by design a way to support those who are already living in our community by allowing seniors to be looked after and cared for, to allow those children who have been born and raised in our community, who can't afford to move out and live on their own or put a down payment down on a house, to be able to add that extra room on their house. And correct me if I'm wrong here, Mr. Our solicitor, excuse me, Mr. Callahan. The proposed recommended changes, are we talking about a significantly dramatic, large building of homes on smaller properties, or is the 15% going to add, like, what does that look like in square footage so that people can get an idea of what we're talking about?
On a 10,000 square foot lot, if the setback is 10 feet, a side yard setback, the setback would now be 8.5 feet. That's the difference. And then on substandard lots, the reductions in substandard lots already apply. So the difference in substandard lots and the 15%, that effect would be relatively minimal. We're talking inches or maybe a foot. So if you do the math on even the example that the planning board gave, an 8,000 square foot lot in R80 zone, the difference between what is proposed and what we have now is really very, very limited. It's, I think, 6 inches in one aspect, a foot in another aspect. It's not.
Please, we're trying to finish this public hearing, please. Thank you.
If you do the math, that's what the figures come out to.
Thank you. And the other thing I made a note of here is, you know, this idea, I think Mr. Fleming actually spoke very eloquently about the idea of streamlining the process and review that is done by the planning board. And I just want it to be put on record that I completely support the review that the planning board does. I believe that checks and balances are put into place for that very reason, so that anyone can just come in, shouldn't be allowed to just come in and do whatever they want. I think there's a necessary struggle that has to be undertaken in order for things to be done right. And again, I'm not up here to say that we should all agree on everything, because that would just be wishful thinking. But I do want to agree that what the planning board does, what the zoning board does, and the processes that are in place, and we disagree up here on the council, but I agree that there are certain protocols that are in place to prevent that very out-of-control development that people are concerned about. The last thing that I made note of was sewer and water infrastructure, which continues to be an ongoing concern for residents in the town. And I applaud the efforts and the updates that the town manager has provided, as well as working with our sewer and water committee. And I don't know which of you, is that both of you who are working on that committee as well? And you know, another thing that I bring up is the town's infrastructure with sewer and water, that it needs to be updated. Yes, it does need to be updated, and it is being worked on, and we have a budget season coming up that it's a very top priority. But it should have been a priority for the last 10 to 20 years, because this plan that's in place is not new. We have known and have confirmed with town staff that this infrastructure has needed to be updated for quite some time. Now, we came in and really had an unfortunate hand dealt to us. Crap hit the fan, literally. And we've been working hard to improve our infrastructure for this town and address those very concerns that have been shared by you. And I'm very proud to hear of the substantial amount of progress that the town is doing in order to address those very concerns. So with that, those are my primary comments, and questions follow up. Does anyone on the council, Mr. Durkin?
I would just like to get, just to make the public aware that, later on tonight we'll be adopting the wastewater facilities plan for 2025, which has been something that's been in the works since we've been on the council. We first heard from the engineers and stuff at a public hearing, and then we sent it up to DEM to get approved. We had to wait for that, and now we're here tonight to adopt the wastewater facilities plan. Earlier tonight, it was mentioned that it's a $200 million infrastructure improvement, and that's an exaggeration. The infrastructure improvement is $70 million, which is much less than $200 million. The $200 million actually included bringing on different communities into the plant, which would have assessments, so that would pay for itself. So right now, we're working with a consultant, and we should have the problem of the smell that has been a problem for last season, at least the worst, hopefully resolved by the summer. And then as far as going forward with, replacing the plant infrastructure, that will be followed up now after we adopt the wastewater facilities plan. So it's not like we're not doing anything about the infrastructure. We're continuously working on that, and a lot of times it's behind the scenes, but it's all public record. So I just wanted to get that out there. I thought, through this process, I went through the comprehensive plan, and I just thought that because of this public hearing, it's common to get some things on the record for legal purposes, and I thought I looked through many different sections, and I just wanted to bring this one up and get it on the record. Policy LU 1.3, Section F in our comp plan, page 32. The headline is Support Regional and Statewide Planning Efforts as a Way to Increase Local Capacity to Achieve the Goals and Policies of the Comprehensive Plan. One of the overlooked aspects of the 15% modification is that we are seeking to provide more housing opportunities for more people. The state has made housing a specific goal, and we are looking to do the same. In the same section, goal LU2 states, it seeks to promote sustainable growth that builds on Narragansett's distinct character as a unique seaside community, is within the natural capacity of the land, and provides a healthy quality of life. So that's actually in our own comp plan. And then I believe that the overreaching argument seems to be that a 15% modification would alter the character of our neighborhoods. In reality, a 15% modification of a 10-foot setback equals 1.5 feet. In that sense, the entire argument all revolves around 18 inches. And maybe it does go to each side of a house, but that alone is not a valid argument to alter the entirety of the zoning ordinance to reduce the setbacks. The actions taken in 2023 were born out of panic and ultimately unfounded panic. The changes have not borne out any significant results, and the proof they're worth. We are trying to make it easier for residents to improve their homes without incurring thousands of dollars in legal fees and months of delay. Additionally, as noted in the planning recommendation, the 15% modifications were meant to be reviewed by the planning board 1 year after their adoption, and that never occurred. I'll pass it on to Donna.
Well, I have to concur with President Menzies. We are working diligently on the wastewater treatment plant. We inherited this problem. This has been a problem for a long time. It's been neglected by town councils not wanting to have to deal with the situation, so we're dealing with it. One argument that the 15% has been our wastewater infrastructure, and we're actively working on it. We're trying to take a holistic approach to make all aspects of our town better. And the 15% modification option is helpful to all residents and in conjunction with upgrading our sewer facilities. So I just wanted to concur with them that that's something that has been worked on and something that I also dealt with when I was going through it and some of the things that I found. I think the planning board recommendation points to policy ED 1.5 was to maintain a housing stock suitable for all people. That was one of the areas that I had looked at, and in the comprehensive plan, what we're hoping is the 15% modification will help all people. It'll help seniors to build accessible ramps to homes, allow families to expand their decks, and allow residents to build slightly expanded homes to allow their families more space. And allow those residents a more affordable option when seeking to make those improvements. We have an affordable crisis in America for homes, for improvements, and groceries. This is a plan to help people. This is to help people be able to do things in an affordable way. Also, it should be noted that the comprehensive plan does not prohibit a modification process. At no point does the comprehensive plan outlaw a potential modification process, either directed by the state legislature or other town ordinances. Modification process was on the books statewide for years, but there was no mandate from the legislature to require a modification process. The modification mandate only came in effect in 2024 with legislative changes. So that was something else that I wanted to look at. And then the last thing I would like to say, and I'm sorry, I have notes everywhere here. You know, Rupert Friday's findings the 5 last years, we used the data that was provided to us. So what I'm going to say is based on the data that was provided and not the information that he has since provided on this blue sheet. But the 15% modification will not benefit everyone, but it is available to everyone. Rupert Friday analyzed 5 years of building permit applications. He found that there were about 5,229 building permit applications in that 5-year period. That's fact, that's what he had said. Of those 5,229 applications, 167 required relief from some zoning ordinances. That's 3% of all applications submitted to the building department. Of those applications, Mr. Friday found that 62 of those applications were for substandard lots. 62 lots out of 9,900 lots in town. And that the applications submitted for variances, more than half, 81, were submitted by Narragansett residents. In addition, Mr. Friday found that since 2023, there were 64 applications for modifications, and all 64 were approved. So what are we doing here? What are we talking about? Why are we have such a minuscule percent of homes and residents looking for small improvements in their homes? I don't get sometimes what the fight is about. It's not a major, huge thing that we're just dealing with a few people who want to
Please.
We're dealing with people like the young man who came up and wants to do an improvement on his home for his family. I think the only thing I would say is that no data exists to support the contention that the 15% reduction in 2023 helped preserve any neighborhood characters. I don't think that data exists either. So I think I'm going to pass.
Thank you. Counselor Colonies?
I too spent much time
Please.
with the solicitor. Probably had too much time. But a couple of things that I'd like to just talk about. In the comp plan roadmap, policy LU 1.1 is to continue to review and update comprehensive plan in accordance with state planning initiatives. The legislative plan to increase housing options passed legislation in 2023 and 2024. It was a direct initiative from the state. I know that some of you disagree with me on this, and I accept that, but I don't want to close the doors to people wanting to come into the town. I want to open the doors to people coming into town. I want homes for all kinds of people. You know, I want them for cottages. I want them from small homes. And naturally, there's going to be larger homes that are affected by this. But I believe the 15% is what we should be doing, and it makes sense to me. One more thing, on page 74 of the comp plan acknowledges most of the town is already built out. So what the community needs is to go back to 2023, where we can allow more affordable and efficient processes for homeowners to make improvements. I also agree with Donna that the 15% modification would help all people in Narragansett, senior citizens, expansion of decks, and all of those things as well.
Thank you. Please, this is not your time. This is the council's time to deliberate. So thank you, Councilor Colonies. Does anyone else on the council have any final questions or comments? Thank you. Oh, thank you. Mr. Callahan, do you have any response for the inquiry that was brought up regarding the ethics of Councilor Durkin participating in this discussion?
Ethical conflicts are addressed by and assessed by each individual person on the council, another councilor, the solicitor, town manager, clerk, or member of the public can't prevent someone from voting on an issue. I mean, the citation Ms. Lawler presented about the ethical conflicts and the ethics, you can remove a councilor, but you can't prevent a councilor from voting an issue prior to a vote. I'm not Mr. Durkin's or anyone else's personal attorney. That attorney, if someone has an attorney, could advise on a conflict, but I can't really do that in my role here. The only advice I could give is that if someone feels they have a conflict, they should seek a ethical advisory opinion from the Ethics Commission.
Thank you. So with that being said, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 4-0. On to item D3. Is there a motion to introduce, read, pass, and accept as a first reading an ordinance and amendment of Appendix A entitled Zoning regarding dimensional regulations in rear and side yard setbacks?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Any final discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 3-0 with one abstention. On to onto the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve as presented consent agenda items E1 and E2?
Motion to approve E1 and E2.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 4-0. We'll take a brief recess here before we go into new business. 5-minute break, please. recalling Mr. Durkin to the stand. Thank you. Never mind. We're just gonna erase that verbiage. All set? Okay. So next, before we get into new business, there was a request from our Director of Parks and Recreation to pull item H1. So we are pulling item H1 as requested from consideration this evening. What? Oh, sorry about that. Okay, so we're on to the Town Council. There's one agenda item, item F1. Is there a motion to discuss a residential and fishing parking permit?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. So, who would like to talk about this first?
I'll jump in real quick.
Okay.
Okay, I'll do that. So we have been, have a subcommittee for parking, for residential parking, and also we have recently met with the fishermen for fishermen special permits. Newport has a fairly good blueprint for us for residential parking and for fishing permits, fishing parking permits. At the last meeting, we had discussed, I'm going to go to the residential first, the possibility of giving every resident of Narragansett that has a Homestead Act and/or a 12-month lease a residential pass. And what that would do is they would have to abide by like no parking areas and things of that nature, but in timed parking, residents could park there, they could park in all neighborhoods. It would just give the freedom for the residents to park where they want to go park in Narragansett, right? You got something else to add for that?
I think we live in this town, we pay taxes in the town, grow up in the town, and we're used to parking in certain places, and it's gotten kind of out of hand where you can park. So I just think if you're a townie, you should be able to park anywhere you want on a town road, as long as it's not in front of a fire hydrant or, it's a no parking zone for some safety reason. And if it's abused, then I guess your right could be taken away. I think we should consider the fishermen that actually, recreationally fish, commercially fish, and, how they've been closed out of certain areas. I think we should think about our surfers that grew up in the town and come to the town for enjoyment. They should be able to park and enjoy the ocean. I believe in ocean access. I believe in public access. And I think this is the first steps to achieve that. We've gone around in circles a few times now, and we're going around again. But unless we discuss it, we can't come up with something that is foolproof. And it probably won't be foolproof, but I think it will be in the right direction.
Right, and I think that ultimately, I see it as two different permits, right? I see it as a residential permit for the residents, and then I see it as a parking permit for the fishermen, right? They're not even asking for too much. They're asking for 4 streets, pretty much, that they can go down. So it's not like they're asking to be able to park wherever they want in Narragansett. They actually have very specific areas that they have pointed out to us. I don't have that written down, though, right now. I forgot to type that in my little computer.
The only problem that with the conflict between what we were trying to do and the fishermen is the fishermen's times are treated differently through the ordinance. So if we can pass an ordinance that has an exception for those times in those streets, without making it too confusing for police officers and enforcement, that I think that would be good. We have to think about people using the parking pass for beach access as well. And so that came up at the last meeting, so I think we just need to have another meeting so we can discuss it.
We definitely should, but having the discussion here, I know that Mr. Avedisian is here to talk to us too, so.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, can you just actually give a soundbite as to who was present at this meeting? I don't know if that was clearly articulated, that there was a meeting that was had and who it was between.
So there's been, we've had two meetings. The first meeting was back in.
This is the parking subcommittee.
Parking,
Okay.
yeah. The first meeting was back in, I believe it was June, and it was myself, Mr. Avedisian, the police chief, town manager, and I think Michelle Kershaw was there. And we came up with some ideas, and we met again 2 weeks ago. Michelle wasn't there. It was the town manager, police chief. Mr. Avedisian wasn't there. He was working. Jason was there, myself. There was a representative from the fishing community, Richie Reich, and there was a representative from the surfing community, Peter Pan's daughter, yeah. And so we went over our thoughts, and I don't think we came up with a consensus. We probably came up with more questions than answers. So I think Jason put this on the agenda so we could talk about it a little.
Yeah, I mean, I think we were close. We were close to a consensus. I think we were.
Yeah.
So I think we're closer to the finish line than further away from the finish line to come and bring something up here and talk about.
Can I just ask for a little clarification?
Yep.
Are we talking two separate permits? We're talking a fishing, so the sticker would be two different stickers? One would be for fishermen and then one would be for residents? Or are we talking fishermen would get a resident parking sticker? just
So there's a
because they're
lot of people
fishermen?
from out of town that fish here as well. So in my world, I see it as two very different permits. Newport has a really good ordinance for them, and they also have a good ordinance for residents as well. So like, I don't like to reinvent the wheel, you know, so adopting and adapting is my.
I mean, I have no objection. I just was wondering what it was going to look like. And so we're talking people who are homestead or 12-month lease, and they would be able to obtain a sticker to put on their windshield for, thank you.
Or hang tag.
Or a
Yeah,
hang-
so what the
hanging-
problem?
I think it's
Something that
something
denotes it.
permanent so that you
Yeah.
can't just take it and transfer to a different car.
Well, that's interesting, because we thought that too. And on the fishing, the fishing parking permit is actually something that the Coastal Access Committee has also voiced their support of as well. And that's why when I was seeing the agenda item, I was a little confused as to if it was like residential and a fishing parking permit. But it's nice to hear that there's an appetite for both sort of parking permits. And Councilor Colonies, I believe, has already alluded that the specific areas that the fishing community would be looking to park is, I think, only a few streets that
Yes,
have been
like,
mentioned.
I think it's like four streets.
Right, and I think it's important to note that as strong supporters of greater coastal access and to support the rights of our fishermen and women, that in Narragansett being in many ways and respects one of the best towns in the state to come and fish at. So let's support that. Let's, ramp that up and show our support. And being mindful of the residents in our community, we're not just unilaterally coming up with an idea, we're actually copying something that's already successfully being done and implemented in Newport, as Councilor Colonies has already addressed. So, an abridged version of what they're doing is they have people, you don't have to be a resident of Newport, but maybe there's like, maybe it's free for residents in Newport, but, or like, it could be a different cost structure, whatever. But it's a requirement to come in to present your state fishing license, and then your fishing license number and your license plate are like written on the permit. And then, so that way it wouldn't be transferable. It would have to match what is being shown in that vehicle. So it allows, I think this is a really great opportunity to support a coastal access initiative, to support our fishing community, to support an industry in our state that doesn't get celebrated enough. So that's why I'm fully in support of a fishing parking permit. I'm really looking for, I think we're there for the fishing parking permit, to be considered. I don't know, it's up to you as to where we are in regards to the residential parking permit, what state we're in on that, but I'm just glad to hear that both of these are being considered strongly.
Can you just educate me, since quite honestly, I've never fished. I hate to admit that, but I've never gone fishing. So when you have a fishing license, is it a permanent license, like that's your occupation, or do you get a fishing license to go fishing in a pond for one day? I don't know.
Well, they have different licenses that are administered, I believe it's by the DEM.
There's a saltwater license and a freshwater license.
And there's like a freshwater license, and you get like different fees for different kinds of fishing that you want to do. But the saltwater one, you complete the application online, and it's usually an annual renewal. So it's good for that calendar year. And then in the next calendar year, you would reapply. But it's one way, that Newport's been able to not just basically hand out to anyone recklessly who just wants to take advantage of it and park anywhere they want and use it for, to go to the beach.
Yeah.
That they do have a valid fishing license that permits them to be there.
That's fine. I just didn't know if you can, like, if it would be a daily thing, like a day
Oh,
thing.
yeah,
Like,
no.
I want to go to Narragansett to fish tomorrow. I'm going to go get a fishing license for one day. I didn't know.
Well,
But
you could-
honestly, I really don't know.
You
can
could
actually do that.
in theory, do that at that one time.
Tourists can get a,
Not that we want to invite that idea.
right.
No, I'm just curious.
But there is a different state fishing license for people who are only going to be here for a short period of time.
Right.
Okay,
So
I'm
that-
sure you
that-
guys will work
that's
all
actually a
that
very
out.
good
That was
point.
just for my own education.
No, but that's actually a very
learning.
good point, that's actually, maybe we want to strengthen the language of whatever we put together for the fishing permit to say that it's only for those who are planning on fishing here for the full calendar year, just for consideration.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
So those are the questions that come up, so,
Oh, yes.
so.
Yes. Mr.
Yeah.
Avedisian, I apologize. You've waited a lengthy amount of time and have been super patient. Councilor Colonies has let me know that you have a prepared statement, so thank you for being here this evening.
It's on now. David Avedisian, 87 Woodward Ave. I emailed you a copy of all this today, and I tied this to the 14th Amendment to humor the town solicitor. I'm writing this request that the town Narragansett amend its current residential parking permit policy to allow all full-time residents, regardless of their specific neighborhood, equal access to residential parking permits. Over the past 5 to 6 years, I've sent numerous pictures to the current and past town managers showing the empty pier area streets during the summer session. I've also taken pictures of out-of-state vehicles with resident permit stickers. Currently, the town restricts these permits primarily to the Pier and Scarborough Hill property taxpayers. The current policy restricts residents' ability to access their friends, family, the beach, and local pier area businesses. The town of Narragansett should allow all full-time residents, and I wrote see Newport policy, to park anywhere in the town based on a common sense approach of treating all full-time residents the same. Under the 14th Amendment, you have to look at how the Equal Protection Clause and the Privileges or Immunities Clause that limit a government's ability to treat groups of people differently. When a town restricts public street parking to a small subset of residents, it effectively privatizes a public resource that is maintained by all taxpayers. Under the 14th Amendment, Narragansett cannot easily justify why a citizen's right to use publicly funded roads should depend on which specific street they live on. I believe this selective application of the public resource access raises significant equity issues as well as constitutional concerns under the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. Changing this policy will only improve Narragansett as a great place to live and do business. And I won't get, I know you all want to get out of here, so do I. I'm just going to go right to the end. You can read the rest that I sent you. I urge town council to review the current parking ordinances and move toward a system that honors the equal rights of every full-time resident. By opening permits to all full-time residents townwide, Narragansett would ensure that its parking policy serves the safety, welfare, and equity of an entire community rather than favoring specific pockets of privileged residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dave.
I teach history, by the way, in a political science class, so if I can use the Constitution, I will.
Appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you so much for being here to voice your support. And I guess my question is back to the parking subcommittee based on the testimony shared as well. Is how do we go about regulating this? So the fishing one makes sense because it's like a specific areas. But are we saying that anyone can park anywhere and that no signage that's been instituted by the state? Or are these only town roads, or we're talking about?
Only
The town actually passes out the parking tickets on state roads. But you can't regulate the parking without the state's permission on those roads.
Okay.
So I think that it would be a town-wide parking permission for the residents of Narragansett who are full-time residents. And that was the idea for it. So we're not going to work this out tonight with these questions because these are questions that we have to work out in a subcommittee.
Yeah.
But if we know that we have the consensus of the council to move forward, and then the manager knows that we have the consensus of the council to move forward, then we'll all feel that we can move forward and get this thing done. And maybe we'll make a mistake and we'll have to change it, but we'll get something done for this coming season.
Yeah, that's I guess, and then how do people go about applying it? Is there like a fee associated with this pass?
Well, I mean, I don't want a fee.
Okay.
So maybe you have to have a small fee to create the transaction that issues the sticker to make it work, but I don't think it's going to be something that someone's going to complain about.
And the other thing, and again, I'm just bringing up questions. I don't expect the answers to be here tonight. I just
Those are good questions.
they just
I mean,
come
they're
up with
good
ideas.
questions. It's just, I mean, I don't think tonight's the night to get into the weeds of it all.
Nope,
but,
I agree. It's just more so for your guys' consideration when you go back and look at this
Yeah,
residential
if you guys
pass.
have any suggestions, or if anybody does, it would be helpful. Correct, correct.
So,
Okay.
so I would just say that I fully support continuing with this. I think it's a good initiative. I think it's something that the residents would appreciate, that the fishermen will appreciate, and so I fully support this subcommittee going forward and trying to answer some of these questions and bringing something back to the entire council. And let us know what you guys are thinking in your process. I
Just want
if you're looking for
I'll be
support,
really
I
clear about
support.
this. The town manager, you have written up a generic thing for us for the residential one anyway. And I know that you've shared that with the solicitor, I believe, right? So there are things in motion, and there is language out there that we have already worked on that should be available to you.
Yeah, so hopefully we can get together at the beginning of February, you know? I don't know how we can schedule that, but
Regarding the fishing parking permit, is that something that me on behalf of the Coastal Access Committee could work separate, or is that something that the two of you are also working on together.
We're actually already working on it, and again,
Okay.
I think it's very close. I
I
think
want to make sure we're very
think we're
clear that
closest
we're
to
not
consensus
all
on both.
working on the same things.
Yeah.
That the recommendation that I presented first was my opinion on where we should go with this, and then it was referred to the parking subcommittee, where it's now being considered and reviewed by you guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And we are not taking any vote on this evening. I don't believe there's any other questions or comments, correct?
Correct.
Okay. On to the fire department is item G1. Is there a motion to approve the fire department's request to hire 2 probationary firefighters as replacements? Is this a little backwards?
We just
Did we just do that this evening?
No.
Oh, okay. So
This
just
is-
wanted
this is
a point of clarity.
One that had resigned to leave the country just recently after we hired these, and then we have a pending retirement that hasn't happened yet. So we'd
Okay.
hire one immediately to replace the person that left, and the other one would replace the other when he comes off the boat.
So these aren't additional
Oh,
firefighters?
Can you just move, somebody move the
FTE remains the
motion?
same.
Motion to approve?
Yeah, thank you.
Second.
And, okay, discussion. Now we can continue, sorry.
I'm good.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Anyone from the public? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 4-0. On to, so we pulled item H1, which was from Parks and Rec Department. We are on to the Engineering Department, item I1. Is there a motion to adopt the wastewater facilities plan dated September 2025 for the town of Narragansett?
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Discussion?
The word adopt, Jim, that's to do what?
You're accepting the plan. It's just a plan, just like the capital budget is a plan. It
Yeah.
changes. And by adopting it and having it approved by DEM, that the approval maintains the eligibility for construction assistance programs through the Office of Water Resources.
So-
we can get perhaps we can get funding from that. If we don't adopt it,
Right. So it's just another step in a forward motion to get,
right. The council isn't saying, yes, we're going to do every single thing in here. That's not it. But those are the things that have been approved that we can select from.
so what could we expect next then, since we adopted it? It's been to DEM, we have a subcommittee. What can we expect
I think we
at
should
the next point?
We should probably discuss it at the subcommittee because
Okay.
it's
All right.
way too lengthy tonight to talk
All
about
right.
it.
We went around on the other one. All
Right, as I have understood it, that we have a plan in place, and then it's up to the council in discussions as to what actions can be taken based on this plan. As you've already said, and correct me if I'm wrong, we have a lot of plans in place, but it's up to the council as to, prioritizing that order and which within the plans that we have.
Recommendations will be forthcoming.
Recommendations, there you go.
And I would think the consensus of this council is to move forward as soon as possible, right?
Yes, the sooner that we can get action taken to address our sewer and wastewater treatment facilities, and I know that's being done, and I really appreciate the added efforts that our town engineer, our town manager, all of our staff members are doing in collaboration with our sewer policy committee. Because, as many concerns have been brought up, you've been very quick to provide us with answers, and we really appreciate that, and I know the public is as well. Any other questions or comments on this? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 4-0. On to item I2. Is there a motion to adopt a resolution to amend Resolution 2022-16 to enable the use of unspent proceeds authorized under said resolution to be applied to replacement of existing sludge disposal pumps and associated electrical motor control variable frequency drive equipment at the Scarborough Wastewater Treatment Facility, and authorize the town manager to sign agreements for same after review by the town solicitor.
Motion to adopt?
Second.
Discussion.
I have a question, two questions, actually. In your best estimation, will using the money for this help reduce the smell this summer?
It'll improve the efficiency of the process of the waste.
And then I guess my other question would be, so this is money that was unspent. What was the original?
It was a
spent for?
$625,000 grant that we received from DEM and for the wastewater treatment, the groin restoration, the berm and going out there to protect it.
Seawall.
And then we borrowed $515,000 from the Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank. The project was completed and so paid off, and we had almost $152,000 left. And these projects are qualifying to expend that money, but it's required that the council amend the resolution for us to spend it to be in compliance with the agreements of the loan.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else have any questions or comments? Anyone from the public? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 4-0. On to item I3. Is there a motion to approve the second amendment to the wireless communication tower antenna lease agreement with Celco Partnership DBA Verizon Wireless for communications equipment at the Point Judith water tank site and authorize the town manager to sign the agreement after review by the town solicitor?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Discussion. Anyone have any questions or comments on this? Anyone from the public? Oh. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 4-0. On to item I4. Is there a motion to approve the one-year contract extension for the purchase of wastewater chemicals 2 for sodium hypochlorite 12% to 15% solution at $2.1393 per gallon with Borden and Remington Corps, and for sodium bisulfite 38% solution at $3.05 per gallon with JCI Jones Chemicals, Inc., under the same terms and conditions as the original contract.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Anyone on the council have any questions or comments? Anyone from the public? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 4-0. From the town clerk is item J1. Is there a motion to reappoint one individual to the Narragansett South Kingstown Senior Advisory Committee for a 3-year term set to expire on January 18th, 2029?
Motion to reappoint?
Second.
Discussion. Now, I believe there's only the individual who is up for reappointment for the 3-year term set to expire on January 18th, 2029 is Jean Emin? Emin? So that is who, just as a point of clarity, that is who I am supporting in a reappointment. It's not-
I'll move the motion.
Okay, thank you. And any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 4-0. Finally, is there a motion to retire to executive session of the town council in accordance with Rhode Island General Laws, Section 42-46-4 and Section 42-46-5A2 for the purpose of collective bargaining, Local 1589 International Association of Firefighters?
So moved.
Second.
Oh, second, I'm
and-
sorry.
We will have a roll call vote. Counselor Torrealde is absent. Counselor Colonies?
Aye.
Counselor Durkin?
Aye.
Counselor Vignali?
Aye.
And Counselor Menzies votes aye. Motion passes 4-0. Ready? Okay. Thank you. The time is now 11 p.m. and the town council has returned from executive session. And there were only 2 votes taken this evening. One, which passed 4-0, was to approve the minutes and to seal the minutes, excuse me, from executive session. And the second was to return to open session, thank you, which passed 4-0 as well. Is there a motion to adjourn at 11 p.m.?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.